and me in the sun. Know that I still be here when the day is done. So come a little bit closer, and I'll tell you what I feel inside. You know I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. You know I'm gonna wait on you. Yes, I'm gonna wait on you. No one's gonna love you like I do. So glad that I found you. You're the missing piece, the last piece of the puzzle. I'm finally at ease. So when times are rough and the promises we make just seem so hollow and weak, and we're about to break, we have to remind ourselves, 'cause we know how we feel inside. You know I'm gonna wait on you. Ain't over till it's over. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna love it till it's gone. You know I'm gonna wait on you. And the weight that's on your shoulder, I'm gonna carry that for you. So hear me when I say, no one's gonna love you like I do. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. You know I'm gonna wait on you. And the weight that's on your shoulder, 'cause I'm gonna carry that for you. So hear me when I say, no one's gonna love you like I do.
So what do? Put my voice on? These are the sweet sounds of the LanceScurv Show, LanceScurvLive. We're going to be talking about kinks and fetishes tonight. Listen, I had to do something different tonight. We're going to have some fun tonight. And I'm going to try to get through 239 of these kinks and fetishes. Well, it's going to be a challenge, but anyway, you know, I'm always thinking up things to talk about and, you know, things to focus on. And so many things hit my brain. I mean, like from when I first wake up, it's like about 25 things that I have in my mind, and I got to pick like just a few of them. And it hurts because I want to do all of them. And just want to let you all know we did a little home tour. It's on the membership page here on YouTube, and it's on my Patreon. And we give a thorough walkthrough. Mrs. Scurv to the garden and inside every room of the house. And it's there. So have fun. You know, just join. All the links are below. And I want to say welcome to everyone who's here. And we're going to have some fun tonight. Fetty, yes. Misunderstood 666. I love that name. Sister Oyala the Beautiful. Yes. Let me see here. Let me read this one out. I threw this one up and just took it down. Okay, what is the intention with the title of the show? We all know that there are a depraved sexual world out there. A lot of us don't know. And that's the problem, because I was going to actually focus on, and I'll do it another time, but the sexual sadistic people and how they groom innocent people. I'm going to read your next comment, okay? If you're still struggling with the spirit of lust, reach out to your digital family, but stop publishing this filth. Well, who says it's lust? Who says it's filth? the Creator created us this way. We take it where we want to take it. But we happen to live in a world where there are people who will groom you and take advantage of you in the name of love. And my thing is, there is no information that is bad information. So if there's a spirit of lust here, hey, that's somebody's issue. But I also say that in a loving relationship, there is a sprinkling of lust. I don't know too many people who don't like ketchup on their hamburgers. I don't know too many people who don't like a little mustard on their Franks. I don't know too many people who don't want a little sugar in their lemonade. So sometimes we got to relax and live and understand that when a topic is discussed, that the main part may not be, oh, it's just about lust. I don't stay away from things that are sexual. I'm a very sexual being. Most creative people are sexual beings. It's built into us. We have a hormone system, right? We have hormones. We have fantasies. We have thoughts. We have tensions. We need to release our tensions. We have genitalia. I happen to have a penis. Women have vaginas and clitorises. The clitoris is a very sensitive part of the body that brings a lot of pleasure. If sex wasn't made to bring also pleasure, why do we feel pleasure? So there are people who are hung up on anything sexual. I am not. I'm not hung up on nudity because this is the way I was born, and pretty much this is the way I'm going to leave out. In all things sexual, just because society has twisted it around, a healthy sex life, healthy sexual desires, healthy sexual thoughts, it's there. That's like saying, oh, it's bad to enjoy the food that you eat, even though you need to nourish yourself. You see what I mean? So we can't separate one for the other. We have a lot of folks out here who are uptight on things that are sexual and shun them and all of a sudden, and I don't think we should be hung up on it either. Because when we transition, that's not coming with us, but we are here. So unless we say we're going to eat all of our food bland with no flavor, unless we say that when we take that Sunday drive, we're not going to look on the roadside and see the beautiful flowers that are there, or go to the beach and refuse to look at the sunset, then we need to just chop our genitals off and dehormonize ourselves, because it's a very good, beautiful thing. And great sexuality, it's a spiritual experience. Now, these people that we talk about, or these different kinks and fetishes that we talk about, may be off the path a little bit. Some are very dangerous. And I speak on all things sexual. That's like saying, oh my God, it's terrible and it's so nasty when I go to the bathroom. Look, we've all had a one-ply accident in our life where stuff gets on our fingers. Do we chop that finger off? So many people who come out against sexuality have sexuality problems themselves. Because I love a good sex life, and very few days go by when I don't enjoy an orgasm. Too much information, that should be the norm. I'm not going to die of emotional constipation, and I'm not going to die of sexual restraint. It was given to me. It's a spiritual thing. Oh, and right before you go to sleep, it makes you sleep deep. So if there's anybody who has a problem with this so-called filth, then they need to go. Because we're going to have fun tonight. It's healthy. We need to laugh with it. I mean, I don't see anybody sitting around a dinner table not laughing or talking or having a good conversation. That leads me to believe that in our different upbringings, we were brought up a different way to think of this stuff as filth. But you got to understand, without this filth, we wouldn't have gotten here. So it all depends how you look at it. You understand? So it's a beautiful thing. We're going to have fun tonight. We're not going to let anybody or any entity make us not have fun. We're going to laugh and we're going to be healthy. But there was a serious topic that I saw earlier, and I said, you know what? That was a little, not too serious, but it was a thing where it was kind of gloomy about the sexual sadistic people. And that's a dangerous thing that we have to watch out for. Just like some of these kinks and fetishes that are here. Some of them can be indications of something dangerous down the road. We'll laugh at some. We'll go, wow, that's wild. But there's certain ones on this list that can lead to danger. And we need to inform ourselves on these things because, see, when we don't inform ourselves on these things, on all things actually, but I like to go in with surgical precision. And I'm the one that made this banner, and I stand behind it on this LanceScurvLive. We do shows that sometimes people love. We do shows that sometimes people say, Lance, I don't know where you're coming from with that. But to speak about how we are created and to call something so sacred, so beautiful, so good as filth, I don't know. Because I know my creator didn't make anything in this natural world filthy or dirty. Even the feces that we make serves a purpose to fertilize the plants so that they're healthy with the nitrogen and nutrients that are in it. That's a different mindset. And I don't get down like that. On with the show, y'all. Let's have some fun. And whoever don't understand it, there's a little box up in the corner that you can click and just go, you know? Exactly. I'm not going to be restrained. Look, I'm pro-black. I'm for my people, but I'm also human. And I'm going to talk about human things. And I'm going to laugh at certain things too. You know why? And also too, how many times have you seen me laugh at myself? I know I got a big head. I know I got a couple of teeth missing that I'm going to start fixing and working on Monday. I'm completely at ease with myself. And this is what I find. You know, in my journey in my sexual life as a flaming heterosexual, when I was younger, teen years and years after that, decades after that, I had visited a lot of clubs, underground clubs. It was always intriguing to me to see how people treated their sexuality, what they were hung up on. It's an extension of human nature. Yeah, okay, let me see. Okay, I'm going to give this one more try here. Misunderstood 666 says, stop acting like you don't know you are a very intelligent person and you know that sexual depravity can lead you down a dark road unsubbed. Please, thank you. You unsubbed before I blocked you. Thank you. But what's really all that? I touched the nerve with this person. I don't even know this person, really. I think it's a person who used to come here, but they switched up a name or they left and they don't feel right. But sexual depravity can lead you down a dark road. I just got some head this morning. So what dark road am I getting? So yes, misunderstood, you unsubbed. And what I'll do is an extra bonus. Let me see something here. It's an extra bonus. This is what we're going to do. Wait a second. I just lost the page. Hold on. Let me go back. Well, what was that all about? You don't know what some of these people, the title pissed somebody off. And I got about maybe an extra 25 subscribers today anyway. So, I mean, one week. Okay, I'm going back to the page. She unsubbed. And let me see. Hide user from this channel. She unsubbed and I put my foot in her ass and she'll never come back again. Now, how are you going to, if you know that I'm open like this and this is how I talk, you're going to come out swinging like that? Well, I mean, maybe you need some head. Maybe you need to bust a good one. You know what I mean? It's better than going to the pharmacy and getting medicine. But yeah, please don't come back. The door's locked. You won't get in. Anyway, let's go back to our show. Okay, here we go. 117,000. How much? 700 something. I'm not even talking cocky, but come on. What was that all about, y'all? Exactly. It's crazy. Anyway, let's go down this list. Let's talk. And they unsubbed and they're probably over there listening and diddling themselves at the same time. I unsubbed, he thinks, but I'm rubbing myself now. Let's get on with the show. Because things like this upset people. You know what I mean? Yeah, anyway. What is a fetish? A fetish. What the heck is a fetish? I'm not even going to say the textbook version, but it's just something that adds on to the sexual experience and it enhances it. And how it comes to be, sometimes we don't even know. Oftentimes we do know. I know my fetishes. I know what I like. And it takes you there. Now, we can get so much into the things we like secondary. Like people say, what position you like? Or you like it this way or that way? Well, that's kind of That's kind of elementary to me. Because when we get older, and as we get older, our sexual desires and tastes and fetishes, they develop. And we take them down roads that usually we don't tell anybody. We kind of have this thing to ourselves, unless you happen to be somebody who's open, right? And you can say, well, you know, and you're not going to just say this to somebody that you just meet, or maybe you're getting intimate with them at the first time. But, you know, after a while you communicate, and it's like, hey, I notice when I do this, you like this, or you orgasm a little harder than this, or whatever, or you're staring at this part. And I think it's really a good thing that when you get into your fetishes, and the next person, your partner, can know what they are. You can enjoy each other more. Now you want to know what's behind that door and behind that door. Now, as you're engaging, is that depravity? Are you depriving yourself? I think those who are deprived are the ones who lash out. Because this woman who came on this early, who I don't know, I've seen her in a couple of shows, she obviously is not getting none. She's uptight. So even though she would speak about church and church people and church culture and how uptight they are about certain things, this one here is uptight about her coochie. She probably gets in the shower, rubs the coochie to clean it, and feels good a little bit. Oh, I cannot sin. It's filth. I'm glad that happened. I really want to hear the comments on that fool. But anyway, you know, at least accommodate a person's right to express themselves, because there are other places you can go to. And that's the one thing about this platform. I'm not going to be stuck in one place. Like I have to be the pro black glove guy. I am that guy. But my dick gets hard too. And I love it sucked. And I love to be inside a vagina. That's the way I was made. We're going to talk raw tonight. I'm going to insult people tonight. I'm not going to do it to the point where somebody take his channel down because he said this and he insulted me. No. But what's wrong with that? And look, we are in a day and age where people can say, I feel like a puppy. Address me as a puppy. And other people turn around and say, well, I feel I'm a Frankfurter and I want my wife to be bred. Come on, y'all. What kind of twisted? That's crazy. That is crazy. And the other things that people do. And sometimes you have people who fight against the very things that they like to do. Look at Eddie Long, the bishop from Atlanta, Georgia, who railed against homosexuals. He preached about them so bad. And let me tell you something. I think that scandal broke, was it 2011? Because y'all know I drew that Eddie Long picture. If y'all didn't see it and you want to see it, I'll pull it up if you want to see it. But if you saw it already, you know, we won't go through the bother. But if you want to see that picture I drew at Eddie Long, I'll show it. Let me come to the chat room, put up a Y if you want to, and an O if it's okay, and I can pass by it. You know what I mean? God, I had to go to this page and find this stuff. But you have people who rail against certain things that they want so bad. You know? That's what fascinates me. That example of frustration. That's what, because it's how you deal with it. It's if you admit to doing, you know, if you can face what it is that you like. You know what I mean? So I am not on the side of any LGBTQ activities, but I'll say this, they getting theirs. And a lot of the people who are heterosexual, they ain't getting theirs. You know what I mean? I'm not condoning them, right? But I'm just saying, they doing what they want to do. My thing is pushing it on people. That's my thing. You know? Wait a second. Where's this picture? I'm looking for it. Is it really not up here? Wait. It's like a blur. Oh, here it is. But let me just see what the chat room says. Okay, boom. Okay. All right. Okay, nobody said nothing. Yeah. And so when we face these things, and you know I'm going to talk about things and we're going to face things, then people get uptight. Like, oh, man. It's just like when I put that post out in September last year, saying that my dear friend who is a hacker, but he's not a hacker. He has hacker abilities, but he was tired of the deception that he was seeing on my platform. So he said, listen, I'm going to show you some things that I went in and hacked on some people's emails that's supposed to be your sidekicks. I couldn't believe it. That person got in the win. So they told it himself. That's how they do. You know, yeah. Now, yeah, right. But what I'm saying, Simply Deep, is that Eddie Long railed against, in that aspect of what you like, which what he liked was improper, right? Grooming young boys and stuff like that. But he railed against it and he was doing it. So maybe these people who come on the platform and early on in the show who rail against the title and call it filth, they might need a little righteous filth. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not filth, what you like. Even if, like I said, unless it's something that can become dangerous. If you're an adult and you're consenting adults and you like doing certain things behind closed doors in the park or the backseat of a car where nobody can catch you, then go ahead and do it. Because you that's better than being backed up and having to go to therapy. You know what I mean? Oh, I gotta go to therapy. So. And I know people who got hangups because they can't face themselves. Because there's things they want to do that they, in their religious upbringing, in the outward shell of what they put out. I know some alpha males that will come on YouTube and tell you what to do, and you must do this and do that and listen to me. But when their uncle or whoever their cousin was back in the day had their dick in their mouth, they didn't think about that, or they didn't forget it. Now, I'm not saying that that's right. I'm saying that a person, these alpha males, some of them, they come out hard. They struggle with homosexuality, some of them. I know people, I figured it out. With some people I know, I figured it out. Right? And what happened to them was wrong, but I figured it out. In the present day, that they're running away from that when they should face it and vanquish it, heal themselves up from it. But when you talk sexual and open and free and joyful and laughing and playing and healthy, and we did it and we had a good night or good morning, let's attack our day. Let me just say it here. There's nothing, and I'm going to move on with this list. There is nothing filthy about sexuality, human sexuality, between a man and a woman. I had to add that in there too, right? Even those who call themselves Christians say the marriage bed is undefiled. Now let's get filthy. If y'all want to doodle all over each other and rub it all over each other, that's not my thing. But more power to you. Just lay down some plastic sheets on that bed before you start doing that. I can't be mad at it. If y'all agree and this is what y'all like, it's a little bizarre to me. But if that's what you do and you're not hurting nobody, then go right on ahead and do it. Because I've seen some things in my life. I'm like, yo, you sure you okay with this? Oh, I love it. I love it. I love when he does that. I love when he puts like 10 raisins in my anus and sucks them out. I love it. I love it. You clean, right? Yes, I am. Hey, carry on. More power to you. Yeah, let me show you anyway that Ed Long picture. Let me just say, for people in the future who may look at this and say, man, why didn't he share that? Okay, let me see. Is this it here? This here? Okay, here it go. Here it go. Now let me see. Let me go back to the other page here. Make sure you can see it. Okay. I got to remove this banner. That's what I have to do to show it. Okay, I'll do that. No problem. No problemo. Give me a second, y'all. Just for the sake of showing it. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Okay, here we go. Getting better with this thing, though. It's real small. Let's make it bigger. Can I? Let's just take me on out of the whole equation. That's what it is there. You see him there? He's bent over with a candy cane representing his penis. The pants are around his thigh. TD Jakes is behind him, laughing, promoting his book, Bowels, Thou Art Loose. And he's got a big joint compound tub of Holy Lube, KY Holy Lube. There's a lot of details in that picture. So, hit LanceScurv.com, look at the artwork, and you'll see it. Let me take this off. You remove this here. Let's put this up. Yeah, let's focus on what we got to focus on now. Let me stop the screen. Beautiful. We did it. Now let me come back to the chat room because this is going to be a very interesting chat room tonight. You know. Yeah. You know, beads work. But raisins have a bit more mystery to them, right? Just play clean, y'all. Okay, let's get to this list. I think I should I'm gonna screen share the list so you can go along with it. You might not see it so big, but I'm gonna start off with the letter A on this list. Let me screenshot this also. Just give me one more second to get this done. I got so many screens open. Let me close some of them in and be careful not to close the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, I had too many screens open. All right. Anybody who's listening, if you want to go right to the site, LanceScurv.com, this show is playing on the homepage. It will always play on the homepage, and later on I'll give it its own post. But during the time of broadcast, it'll always be on the homepage. And let's share this again. Present, share screen, complete list. Okay. Share. Now let's go back to the program. Oh, I got to take this thing off again. Oh God. I'll leave it like this. I'll leave it like this because I'll just drop the link in the okay, stop sharing below. Okay, well, because there's a whole lot. I'm gonna try to get to this thing too. I may have to take a break in the middle. Oh God, no water. Go over and get water. Okay, the first one is one that I cannot even pronounce. Abasiophobia. Abasiophobia. Attraction to people in neck braces, wheelchairs, casts, or other devices that impair mobility, that it was documented for the first time as occurring in a woman in the late 80s. So this was discovered in the late 80s. A woman had this feeling for people who were in neck braces, wheelchairs, casts. You know, it may be part of a medical fetish or enjoyed because it restricts movement. That's that psychological stuff, right? So could you imagine somebody, a woman or a man, getting a job in a hospital just because of that fetish? Look, child molesters try to get jobs in daycare centers because that's close to what they like. I remember coming up in bodybuilding, a lot of the judges back in those Stone Age days were straight. I'm like, these guys don't even lift weights. These old white men don't even lift weights. And they hitting on the contestants afterward and promising them, well, you know, if you come home with me, the next time I'll have you win. So we get attracted to what it is that, so when people are in certain professions, what is it about it? Is there a sexual connection? Well, I'm not going to talk too much on each one because we got a whole lot more to go. Abduction as seduction, a kink where the abductor / kidnapper treats the victim in a loving manner, can be related to gentle femdom. What? A kink where the abductor kidnapper treats the victim in a loving manner. Okay. So you kidnap them and you treat them seductively, right? Abrasions. People who enjoy this fetish like giving or receiving cuts and scrapes. Acarophilia. Arousal from scratching. Scratching is often an element incorporated into rough sex. So some people like to be scratched in whatever, how deep? Drawing blood. Here's another one. Well, they say it's related. If you want to give you, that's an advertisement. They said related. It wasn't an ad, right? It's an ad on how to give better oral. Here it is. Accidental stimulation refers to accidental physical stimulation and situations that arouse adrenaline and cause arousal. Accidental stimulation. I could talk about that one, but we'll save that to the end. Acrotomorphilia, fetish for amputees. Fetishists may prefer a specific type of amputee, arm or leg. A person with a fetish for being an amputee has a patum. Okay, how do you call it? There's another word. Apatomnophilia. There may be an overlap with morphophilia. God, dog, you gotta get a college degree with this thing. Oh, here's a weird one. actorasty, right? Arousal by the rays of the sun. This may be enjoyed through sex outside. I lay out in the sun all the time like that. Well, a couple times, boing, yoing, 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 yoing. Here's the next one. Agalmatophilia. A person with this fetish is aroused by statues, mannequins, or other figurative representations. This may be related to Pygmalionism and attraction to items of one's own creation. Now, quick story, because there's a whole lot. We're still in the letter A, right? My father used to refinish floors and all that stuff, in custom landmark properties and stuff. So you had to know your stuff. But he also took little waxing jobs that paid well. And we had a waxing, I'm not a little kid, right? But he always made me feel like I was part of it. At Bonwit Teller in Midtown Manhattan, he had this gig that we do. Paid him really good. But there was a security guard in there. And I was always around my father on the wooden floor part, right? They had the rugs and different, it was huge. And this security guard was walking around, nice guy. I went to look for the bathroom. Some of those places were dark. And I walked up on him. He had his pants down and he was humping on the mannequin. I was like, and he laughed and pulled his pants up. And I just turned my head. I said, I'm looking for the bathroom. He said, oh, it's right over there. And he sat his ass down for the rest of the night. But I'm like, this dude had to dress up with a mannequin, old white mannequin, faceless, and he was going to town. So that's what that is. Agalmatophobia, right? Okay, here's the next one. Just thought I'd throw that one in. One of my little shocker stories. Age play, role play in which one or both partners pretends to be a different age / stage. Types of age play include infantilism, daddy/daughter play, and diaper play, among others. Some kinksters differentiate between DD/LG and age play. Okay, so DD/LP is the daddy-daughter thing, right? Oh, that's kind of daddy-daughter. Nah, man, watch that dude who does that. Agoraphilia, fetish dedicated to sex in public places. Give a list. Here are the 48 best places to have sex. Aliens. Kinksters fetishize about having sex with aliens, often in an abduction and forced scenario. We'll go down and walk around. What's the area? Area 51? Seductively, maybe an alien will come and abduct you. I'm going to have problems pronouncing this one. Autocalciphilia. I did pretty good. A fetish for high heels, usually worn by women, but not always. Hey, what you mean not always? We got women and men. So the other choice is men. That's what you're talking about? Amazons and authoritarians. Fetish dedicated to physically strong women like Amazons, women with strong personalities, or women in positions of authority. I noticed this with a lot of CEOs that I work with, female CEOs at big, tall, kind of Amazon, strong personality. And I noticed how sometimes those guys, they would work a post like with me, and the uniforms were made in a way to kind of hide the female body, but you know what, the sisters, you ain't gonna hide that thing. And so the guys would be by their door late at night, looking out the window, if they're on the first tier, second tier, just looking at the side of her thighs. She's sitting down, masturbating. So maybe that's it. They do things to get in trouble to get the CEO to come up to the cell. You know what I mean? So here's another one. Amorophilia, kink for being unable to see, blinded or blindfolded during sex. I don't know about that. Somebody's saying, oh, in another life, I want to be Ray Charles. Okay, now this one speaks for itself. Anal penetration, a fetish for anal penetration with foreign objects, not sex toys or penises, inserting objects that are not designed for anal safety, porous, without a flared base, with sharp edges, can cause damage, right? It's got to have a flared base or it go up in there and never come out. Anal sex, both giving and receiving anal sex can be a kink or fetish. Giving to a male with a strap on is also known as pegging. That's what that is. Yeah, pegging, right? Anal toys worn under the clothing. A fetish for wearing anal toys such as using butt plugs during the day and not just during sex activity. It may be a command of a submissive by a dominant, understood. Part of anal training to take bigger items or penises and or as part of foreplay. Let me check the chat room. I know the chat room must be like bugging out. Maybe not. Let me see. Oh, everybody's in shock. Chat room hasn't been moving. Wow. I see you. Julia, Oyala, Sweet D, Sugar PB, Simply Deep, all the names. I know I'm down on Kelly Land. I'm down on the chat room, so I know I missed a few names. Let me just go back to this because I don't even think I'm gonna do this whole list tonight the way slow as I'm going. Like I said, this is a fun night, no pressure. We're just hanging out tonight, get a few laughs and educate ourselves because as much as I've done, I think I'm kind of learning some things tonight. Can you imagine? What's down in letter Z? Okay, anal training. I'm gonna knock some of these out for a couple letters now. And you know what? Before I keep going, let me get a thing of water real quick. Be right back. I'll be right back. Just to get some water. Yes. Okay, here we go. All right. Well, since put my headphones on. Where was I? This sounds like anal training, right? Somebody's just coming into this and not looking at the title, like, what is he talking about? The practice of preparing one's anus for inserting large items. Okay, boom. We all knew that one. Anestemophilia, a fetish for people over extreme sizes. Example, a giant or a dwarf. It can be used to refer to attraction to partners of differing heights, even if those people aren't especially gigantic or tiny. Anonymous sex. Oh God, that's dangerous, right? A kink revolving around anonymous sexual encounters where one or both parties is unaware of the other's identity. Glory holes are a common form of anonymous sex, but they are not the only form. Okay, we're teaching tonight. Hands up. Who doesn't know what a glory hole is? I'll give you a few seconds while I sip this water. Nobody wants to admit that they know, or nobody wants to admit that they don't know. Well, a glory hole is a place where someone, man or woman, but in my mind, it's a woman, and it's a hole in the wall, penis high, around the area where a man's waistline, the penis would be. And the man on the other side oftentimes does not know who's going to be putting their mouth on him. So he sticks his penis in this little hole. You can't tell. And the woman on the other side can focus on doing what she does and she likes to do, because there are women who love to do that. And some love the anonymity of the whole thing. You have couples who do this in their house. They'll build something or some kind of wall and, go through that whole thing and imagine that, then I've known people to say, Lance, come on home with me. We have a glory hole. My wife would like to, nah, y'all might be racist. Plus you're white anyway. I don't do that. But y'all might be racist, and yeah, get the butcher knife. We're gonna get this militant nigga. No. I gotta really know you and know you good, that you're not mad at me and I don't owe you a whole lot of money. Aquaphilia, fetish for water and having sex in or around water. This can extend to a fetish for swimwear or posing in water, even if it doesn't involve sexual activity. There are a lot of exhibitionists at the beach. I'll say that much. Asphyxiation, a highly dangerous kink dedicated to choking, smothering, and strangulation. Autoerotic asphyxiation is self-choking. To be clear, asphyxiation is very dangerous and has led to injuries and deaths. See also breath play, with that whole thing, asphyxiation. I had an inmate that killed a young girl, 17 years old. He was about 35. She was coming over to his house for sex damn near every day before he went to work. Well, he went to work 5 days out the week. So he said that she being choked, but this was part of his defense. So, and he's telling me this in the cell, right? They're doing the cell checks, and he's like, yo, Scurv, I know you don't know about my case. Let me tell you about it. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. So he choked her out, and he would let her stay sometime and leave when she wanted, after he left to go to work. So one day he came back from work, saw all these helicopters, and this is the part that flipped me out. Cops all in front of his place, his door open and everything. Somebody, I don't know, maybe she was screaming or whatever. And so he's like, officer, what's going on here? This is how he's telling me the story. Officer, what's going on here? Well, you're a person of interest because there was a dead woman laying in your bed. Huh? She was supposed to leave. What you mean dead? Well, they kind of let on that, the choking thing or whatever. And he said, oh, no, we do that. But she liked that. Now, I found that sometimes at the point of orgasm, you find yourself holding your breath, which kind of, some people do that and don't realize it. They'll hold their breath when they come in. And it's like, man, it made it better. But not all the time you do that. But when somebody's choking you, like that is dangerous because how do you know? But to bring somebody to death, you did that. And the sick part about this guy, which made me, because I used to have to hear all kinds of things. He had some photos of her, like negatives, actually. Negatives and not actual photos. His lawyer brought it to me. I don't know how they did that. But the bottom line is that she's laid out on the table and he's like, hey man, you see her here? And I'm like, I didn't want to act like I was not tough. Like I said, yeah, I see it, man. I see it. And I saw it. Dead woman laying face down, face up, to the side, different writings on the negatives. I held up to the light. You know what this joker told me? He told me, yeah, man, she got a nice ass, right? I'm like, I can't, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? How could you think this? Damn, for real? Are you for real? Unbelievable. But anyway, autogenophilia, a kink where men present / dress as a woman, refers to men impersonating women. Autoandrophilia is arousal at the idea of being a man. I guess that's the woman's side. Now you have a lot of people out here that hold on one second. Let me knock this WhatsApp off because there's certain people I know, they know I'm doing a live show, but they keep sending me videos. Like I'm gonna say, listen, everybody, I'm gonna stop and watch all these videos. No. Anyway, boom. It's logged out. We won't hear WhatsApp making noise on my show today, at least. Now let's knock this out and get on with it. The attention is gone. Right. So now, okay, where am I? Yeah. So some women like to dress as men, some men like to dress as women. That's what that is. This term was coined as an improvement on cross-dressing kink and has been used to describe transgendered individuals and has been used as an argument that trans people are mentally ill. Many prefer not to use this term, which is often transphobic. However, some people may have a fetish for cross-dressing or becoming another gender that does not relate to their gender identity. Yo, the only trans I deal with, you want to know the only trans I deal with? The only trans I deal with is being transparent. And from back in, 77? The song by Kraftwerk, Trans Europe Express. Dum, 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 dum. Trans Europe Express. That's the only trans I deal with. So I don't know about that other stuff. I don't know. All right. All right, here we go. Let me see. I see y'all are enjoying yourself. That's what I want to see. Keep the laughs coming. We're not going to be all uptight. Nah. Autofellatio, a kink where a man performs a blowjob on himself. I guess that's a guy that probably will be a hermit, never marry, never have kids, and never come out the house now, is it? I've seen pictures like that. You got to be very flexible and you have to be pretty much well endowed to do that. Oh God, remember there was a song. Oh God, it was back in 69. See, I don't forget nothing. Got to Get a Nut, I think it was. That was the name of the song, Got to Get a Nut. And nobody knew what they were talking about. It was very popular, like not so much on the radio, but like late night. got to get a nut, dun, 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 got to get a nut. And they had this song, like not the song, but the noise, like it was like not sex, but it was something building up. Like you can look at it and see that they were talking about orgasm. And one guy made a comment that confirmed that's what it was about fellatio. I say fellatio like Horatio or fellatio, whatever. But he's sitting there, break your neck trying to blow your horn. There's somebody out here that's going to remember that song. Break your neck trying to blow your horn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Prostitution would be like vaporized overnight for the most part. I need some head. I'll do it myself. I ain't paying that money. Autoplushophilia. A type of plushophilia where a person is aroused by the idea of being a stuffed animal, especially a cartoonish one. Come on, y'all. Don't tell me there's a black man out here that wants to be a stuffed animal. Barebacking, sex without a condom. Barebacking is especially common in the gay community, but this act can be dangerous and lead to sexually transmitted diseases and or pregnancy. Oh God. Bathroom control. Oh God, that's sick. When the dominant person controls when, how, and where the submissive can urinate or defecate, extreme bathroom control could be dangerous. How can you hold it? You can hold it. Somebody tell you don't go, and you trying to hold it. After a while, it's going to, come on now. Begging. I thought that was like hit the cash app, hit the cash app, hit the cash app. But begging is a kink for begging and pleading to have sex for release, orgasm, to perform an act, etc. Begging is submissive in nature. Balonophilia. No, that's not sex with baloney. All right. Affinity to pins, needles, sharp objects. I think maybe the E is silent. Balonophilia can be quite dangerous. Also see knife play. Is that what I have waiting for me down in the K's? Bestiality, sex with animals. Well, some would say interracial sex. I'll just be quiet. Bimbofication, the process of making someone into a bimbo or being turned into a bimbo themselves. This might be a fun punishment for a bratty sub. Blindfolds, a type of bondage that blocks a person's vision. Body inflation. I thought it was only financial. The practice of inflating or pretending to inflate a part of one's body, often for sexual gratification. Pretending to inflate a part, just crazy. Bondage. Okay, we know that one. I don't even have to say it, but I'll say it. Restraint of a person either by physical item, cuffs, rope, etc., or instruction, known as mental bondage. Restraint can be full body, vacuum beds, suspension, or involve a single body part such as the eyes, blindfold, mouth, ball gag, wrists, and even thumbs. Bondage may include furniture and devices. Reddit has a number of subreddits dedicated to the subject. Body modification, a kink for a variety of body modifications. This may seem anything that changes the appearance of a body, from tattoos to piercings to saline injections, but this kink may also refer to a specific body part mods, such as lip sewing. Lip sewing? You mean sewing your lips? Like, no, I got to eat, man. Branding, marking someone with a symbol, word, etc. Typically uses a heated object, such as a metal hanger, to produce the brand. Branding is dangerous. I remember years ago, there were these people I used to beat. They used to pay me to beat them, right? And I thought I was like, Billy Badass. And so I ran across a group of people. They were like real serious into this thing. And I wasn't, right? But I was curious. So they gave me, they called me, and the lady was like, okay, do you have branded subs? I'm like, branded subs? They talking about Subway? That's a brand, right? No, I'm just playing. So I was like, yes, I do. I have branded subs. Well, if you come to our get together, you must, and this was way back before the internet as it is now, but you need to bring your subs with you and show the branding that they have, because we only, we associate with DOMs, who have branded slaves. Well, I couldn't show up because I didn't have nobody branded, but I didn't want to get into that stuff anyway. I wanted to pierce that world. But what I gathered from that, just to get off the topic for a second, these were people who were like really affluent, very intelligent, and it was a highly organized organization. because she was concerned about, anonymity for the people who are there. So these were some high class, and I'm not going to say that because they're white, they're high class, but within that world, these were some high class people in there. And I don't mean that they like got class or better than me or have a higher moral standing, but people in society that most of the world who are out there in this engineer world would say, oh my God, that's the president, this is a CEO and whatever, And so I had to meet this lady first and bring my slaves to show them the brand that I was bad enough to. It's crazy. But from the things that she told me, that was a portal to Satan worship. The way they were doing it, I sniffed it. And she said some things like, I'm not going, especially with white people. The black man going to be sacrificed first, and SCURV wouldn't be here. Anyway, breath play, choking and limiting breath. Being aroused by this is known as hypoxophilia. This kink is type of edge play that is dangerous. Well, not too dangerous if their breath is stink and you get out of their face. Whew, we're not going to play around with that. Breast/nipple torture. The breast equivalent of CBT, is that? I'll find out. Torture may include hitting, pinching, bondage, and other methods of inflicting pain onto the breast. Is that some way of getting back at one's mother? Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe that could be it. I don't know. Then you got breast or nipple worship, the act of worshiping someone's breasts or nipples. And the person made a typo here. They put the act of shipping. Like they were, oh yeah, that's the one I like. Breast and nipple play. It made a big typo and typed shipping like twice. Let me check the chat room because I got to be in a different screen, right? Oh, good. Y'all are laughing. Y'all are talking. We're having fun tonight, y'all. We're having fun tonight. Because we're gonna go serious on some things this week coming in. And I'm still gonna do my 2 weekend shows, which they're not the weekday shows, but at the same time, same way. We're just gonna ease up a little bit. Yeah, simply deep. Yeah. I mean, men like their nipples licked. I mean, I'm not no homo or nothing like that. I like mine licked, right? It feels good, right? But torture? Nah, anybody come over here torturing me. Caning, the act of hitting someone with a rod known as canning or whatever. Caning? Yeah, caning. Fleshy areas such as the back of the thighs and butt are advised, but some people enjoy caning the bottoms of feet. That's got to be painful. Canes are traditionally made from wood, but modern canes may be made from plastic, metal, or other semi-flexible materials. Caning is a form of impact play that is more extreme than typical flogging and may be dangerous if done improperly. Sadists are usually the most common type of dom that enjoy caning their sub. Oh man, I'll call this the Dwayne Wade one. Castration, an extreme fetish involving removing of all or parts of a man's genitals. Actual castration is incredibly dangerous. Why would you put incredible? Incredibly, I mean, I don't think incredibly. Most people in the street, I mean, that's effing dangerous. You know what I mean? Incredibly dangerous. Like this person writing it is into it. Like, yeah, my testicles rolling on. I just got castrated. Most kinksters obsess over it without actually going through with it. I would imagine. See that steak knife, right on your stuff. This kink goes hand in hand with emasculation fetishes as well as the ball busting, in which a man's balls are crushed. Oh man, somebody's trying to die. You ain't crushing my balls. I need my balls. I take my balls everywhere I go because I'm paranoid. My mom's playing tricks on me. CBT. Okay, that's what I didn't know. Cock and ball torture. Who wrote this list? Is pain applied to a man's genitals? It may be a form of punishment. CBT can involve shoes, sounding, stretching, impact implements, and other tools. CBT can be dangerous. Duh. This must be a woman that wrote that one because it's not just dangerous, sweetheart. It's really painful. Even if somebody like brush balls by the wrong way, it hurts. Something that could bring so much pleasure can hurt so much. You know what I mean? Chasmophilia, aroused by crevices, caverns, or valleys. Now that's sick. That's chasmophilia, aroused by crevices, caverns, and valleys. I thought when they say crevices, I was armpits or cracking somebody's backside. caverns and valleys, at least they don't bother anybody. I hope they drive good because they can see them driving on the mountainside. Look at the valley over there by themselves and beating off. Oh, I went for a Sunday drive and I had a great orgasm because I'm into chasmophilia. Is that why you always have a big towel and a jar of Vaseline in the car with you and you're gone for like 5 hours? Like, yeah, I want to go to Death Valley one day. Chastity. Blood choking is the act of choking someone until they pass out. It is incredibly dangerous. Yes, we know. We heard you say that before, which we wrote about before. Check out our guide on choking during sex. Oh, they got guides with this stuff, right? And can lead to brain damage. Choking is a type of edge play. Claustrophilia. You can kind of figure that one out, right? This fetish is the opposite of claustrophobia. A person becomes aroused or experiences orgasm through confinement into small spaces. This is a type of bondage. No, it's not. It is, right? But most men would agree that if their penis is confined to a small place inside a woman's vagina, it's not going to be it's going to be a pleasurable experience. Clothed sex, endotophilia, the affinity for sex while fully or partially clothed. You can enjoy this kink while lifting your skirt or dress so your man penetrates you. Pushing underwear to the side can also be a form of this fetish. You ain't got to take the panties off. Just pull it to the side. 50 Cent. If you want to ride on a roller coaster. So he was giving examples of closed sex with that one, right? Cock and or ball fetishization, an obsession with cock and balls. Well, I don't see no man should have nothing like that unless I'm protecting my own stuff. But ladies, yes, you can freely have this fetish. But fetishization, having these Mike Tyson moments. I guess it's the content. Cock worship, similar to breast worship. This fetish involves verbal, physical, and mental adoration of a penis, including fake ones, strap-ons. Collaring, for many types of submissive, the act of wearing a collar shows submission, loyalty, and or devotion to a dominant. A collar may be seen as purely sexual or also romantic, similar to an engagement or wedding ring. Collars may be placed on in public or private collaring ceremonies, and dominants may provide instructions for wearing collars. The collar may be an actual collar purchased from a pet store, one that is hand-tooled or safe for work, necklace, or choker that can be worn in non-kinky spaces. Yeah, well, I've seen that and I've spotted that, and I've always realized that too. I was never into the S&M or B&D, but I've traveled pretty much and explored every single club in New York City from the late 70s when I was too young to go there, but I was very muscular and would paint on my mustache, to the 80s and late 80s and early 90s, right? Yeah, around that time. So I've been to most of these clubs. I just want to see what went on inside of them. They had a club off of 14th Street, and anybody who hears this knows I'm telling the truth, called Hellfire. Now, why would you want to go to a place like that? It was a mixed club where certain nights it was S&M, B&D. They had like a gay night, which you would never see me there, but then they had a swingers night. You had Le Trapeze, you had Play-Dohs, you had Acquiesce, Paddles, Suds, which actually was, the Phoenix. Suds was the actual name of this club. But the code word was Phoenix, because that's what they called it, and that's what they called it in the various periodicals that were printed up. What was the other? Screw magazine, right? A paper that came out and had all this information, New York City, the underworld. I've been around. So, let's give a shout out to Homegirl who unsubbed because of this filth. I thought that world was interesting because it wasn't about like not getting any. Listen, people, listen, not me, not back then, please. So how you going to analyze me when look, I was giving it away. Like, it's a nice guy over there. Go hit him off. Anyway, consensual non-consent. That's like being like, what? Consensual non-consent. That's like being happily depressed. That's crazy. Situations where one or both parties have given prior consent for activities that may appear to be or actually involve non-consent. Rape play is a common form. The victim has given prior consent to this type of play, but seems to resist. Couples should negotiate boundaries beforehand, including a safe word. Consensual non-consent should never be spontaneous. If negotiations are avoided or safe words ignored, consensual non-consent can lead to real trauma or even become sexual assault. That's right. Yeah, I've seen people who wanted strange men to come and rape their wives, and they wanted to plan it, like, come on, and they didn't even look like strange guys. Like, I knew guys that did stuff like this. No, I didn't do that. This guy went out to Staten Island to continuously engage in that. I didn't know that's what the word was, consensual non-consent. But I'm like, man, what happens if they setting you up? And she said, no, and never says the safe word. And you get up in her, and they don't believe in protection, these white folks back in them days. And you think it's just a game, and they already have like your information somehow, some way. And you get a knock on your door or a call or whatever, you raped this person, and we have DNA evidence. That scared the mess out of me. Just the thought of it. Oh, no. Okay, here's another one. Corsetry, the act of wearing a corset, sometimes to the extent of changing the shape and size of one's body. Tight lacing a corset enables one to successfully waist train. Some dominants may use tight lacing to limit breathing. It's not just limiting your abs and tummy either. Cross-dressing, dressing like a member of the opposite sex. For many people, it's not necessarily sexual, while it's for others. Cross-dressing can involve clothing, accessories, makeup, and wigs. What? Crurophilia, a kink related to legs. Well, I guess I have that. I like nice legs. Crush fetish. What's this? What are you, crushing fruit? Crush the orange again. Keep it going right there. No, a particular fetish relating to crushing small animals or objects. Squashing kink is a similar obsession. Nah. I'm not hurting no animals, man. Nah. If you do a crush fetish around me, trust me, I'm going to do a crush fetish to you. Drum roll, please. One of my favorite. Cunnilingus. This kink can be geared toward receiving oral sex as a woman or giving it either as a man or a woman. Cunnilingus plays well with pussy worship. If your partner has a kink for licking pussy, you won't need to convince him to go down on you, but you can read this if that's not the case. Cupping. Small cups or jars are applied upside down to the body, usually the back. Fire or a hand pump creates suction that results in temporary bruising and a tight feeling. Extreme cupping can break the skin, but cupping is considered safe. The flame is only used for suction and doesn't burn the skin. Nah. You're gonna lay me out like those little buffet aluminum foil things, and you put some fire, but nah, you ain't doing me that way. Nah. You hear me shriek like a degradation. If you like when your man talks down to you during sex, you might be into degradation. This is one of those kinks that works especially well with domination and submission. Just because you like doing it or giving or receiving during sex doesn't mean you think any less of your partner. However, not everyone likes degradation, but that's okay. I know of a young lady who, of course, like, she had the highest esteem, and we were platonic, except them 2 or 3 times we did a few things, but she liked to be spit on in public. Like, I remember the specific story she was telling me, like, especially in Walmart when she's in the checkout line, she's with her man or a partner, she's trained to do this. And she said, okay, do it. She says, do it 3 times, do it. No matter where they are, he has to haul off, and I'm talking about hawk up a spit, not like the little spray, but even when homeboy had a cold, really freaking the cashiers out, freaking the people in the line, like, look at it, just spit at her. And she's smiling, looking up in his face like she wants to kiss him, and haul off and spit on her again and not wipe it off. She might do that when she gets in the car. That was so great. That was so good. I love it. That's real, y'all. I knew somebody like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at the amazement here. Oh, the sheriff. Oh, really? And Broward was caught at a sex party. There's a whole lot of that. There's a whole lot of them down there. Yeah, and his wife is white. I think he's a little gay too. It's usually the case. With a lot of these white men, not to get off subject, but it's not just where, oh, I just want you to screw my wife. And they're just looking for tail. They like that part of it. And later on, and they will suggest to you, because I've had people approach me like that in certain clubs, like, you can do it and you don't have to wear a condom. Yeah, that's what they do. And guess what these white men do? Maybe not all of them, but you sitting there and you letting your woman get raw dogged by some dude, and all of a sudden y'all disappear. What y'all disappearing to do? Usually those men, hey, this is disgusting, but they want to suck the cream out of the woman. I'll say it that way. And I've seen that too. I've seen it. And the sad part of what I saw, I told the story before on the show. It was a bunch of black people at a swing club. And I'll say it. Maybe it was like about 7, 8 couples, 6. I'm not sure. But they were known as the Wild Bunch. This is a real name. This is back in the 80s. They cannot be alive now. And they were from New Jersey. They would come to swing clubs in New York City. And they would let their beautiful black women, I don't say that no more. I mean, about them, right? I'm like, I said, oh, they're beautiful. Like, okay, you're doing your adult thing here. But they came right through the door, and all these white men who were, you had to be a couple to get in, they started moving. I'm like, what these white men going over there? Because even in that, I was militant. I don't want to see that. And these black women were just going to them and blowing them and letting them go up in them, and the white men coming up in the black women. Man, I was mad, man. Though you were pregnant, black woman, you pulled the plow. Like a horse, like a dog, even a cow. He filled your womb with his wicked seed. I said it too. I was getting mad because they went right to I was like, he filled your womb with his wicked seed. His half-white children, I was militant even in my wild days. So maybe 2 hours later, after they let multiple white men go up in them and finish, they ran downstairs to the basement where it was like another light. Because this was a real restaurant, y'all. But it had a dance floor, small dance floor. And it was like 2 blocks below the World Trade Center, the South Tower, when it was the original World Trade Center. And I'll tell you, this had to be like 86, 87, around 88, between 86 and 87, maybe 87. I'm good with my dates. And so they went down there. This is the part that really, I was messed up. They said the women went down on these little lounge chairs that were all up against the wall. It was dark. Oh, this whole place was kind of darkish. You could see, but it was like, they were dark corners up in there. It was an off-premise sex club. And on-premise is set up for that, to have sex at the club. Off-premise meant we're not set up for that. But if you get down on your knees and do you can do it, but it's really off-premise. These black women, my sisters, they all laid back on those chairs, cushions, opened their legs, and the brothers went down on them to swallow everything that came out of them. White man stuff. Come on, man. I was messed up. I left. I'd seen it all. At that point, no, I really didn't see everything, but I was, And that's what they did. And they didn't do that with nobody, the fellas. They let their women go all out. And that's usually what these white folks do. Took me off the topic, man. I'm talking about fetishes and, yeah, Look at the chat room for a second. Yeah, it's a little different tonight, y'all. I could imagine like the new people who come around on the channel. I completely enjoyed the show, but is this the type of content you have? I thought you was a militant guy. Somebody referred me to your page. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's get back with the list. Dacryphilia, aroused caused by tears or crying. Or arousal caused by tears or crying. Like somebody else's tears or yours. What's wrong? I'm horny. I gotta keep crying so I can come while I'm crying. Or is it beating, smacking somebody, making them cry and you get horny? What is that? I don't know. Degradation. If you like your man, okay, we saw that one already. Yeah, okay. Dendrophilia, also known as arbophilia. Could you imagine that? Like in a college course where they talk about fetishes? No. It's also known as, you get extra points for that. Sexual attraction to trees, either because they are phallic shaped or because of the texture, may overlap with xylophilia. I mean, I know about tree hugging. I've hugged many trees in my life, but I'm not hugging and humping. I can see it now. Oh, listen, mister, you don't want to hug that tree. You want to go over there by the other one because I left a little something on that tree when I was hugging it a bit too long. Diapers. This fetish is usually part of infantilism, but not always. Discipline. Giving or receiving punishment for perceived or defined infractions. Discipline is a major part of many power exchange relationships and something typically desired by masochists and administered by sadists. Dirty talking. Having a kink for talking dirty during sex is pretty tame. Some people might not even consider it a fetish. Get tips for talking dirty here. See also narratophilia, like, okay, I'm going to narrate this thing, right? Dorophilia, playing with skin, leather, or fur. Hyphophilia is a similar fetish for touching hair, fur, skin, and certain fabrics. Sisters, be careful who walks up to you and wants to just touch up in your hair. I know you ain't just letting nobody put their hands in your hair. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know. That's an energy exchange thing too. You know what I mean? Unless it's somebody who you're close to, intimate to, or whatever, who you can trust. And anyway, people who may have that desire to do so, even if they know you, they, can I touch your hair? You know what I mean? Your hair's beautiful. I want to feel this like in my hand. You know, just say, don't break anybody's space like that. Unless it's like, listen, we cool. We're going to be intimate. Whatever you want to do, you can do. And that doesn't mean they feel the same way too. Even when you're intimate, you have to understand and have a little couth that what you may allow them to do doesn't mean it gives you the same right. Dorophilia, okay, that's the same one. Double penetration, okay, we all know what that is, right? Double penetration, penetration of a woman's vagina and ass via a combination of toys, penises, or both. Double penetration may be part of a group sex scenario. Yeah, that's I've seen that. I haven't participated in that because I ain't trying to like click clack balls with another man. I'm sorry, I can't do it. You know, I'm not hung up on things, but I can't even really get into things around other men. You know what I mean? That's just the way I am in the past and what I've done. Dracophilia. What, you got a thing for vampires? Oh, wait a second. A fetish for dragons. Fantasy fetish companies such as Bad Dragon make dragon dildos, including those that ejaculate. That's out there. That's out there. DVP. That sounds like something on a rap song. You down with DVP? Yeah, you know me. Stands for double vaginal penetration. Okay. Unlike double penetration, DP, which is simultaneously anal and vaginal protection, DVP involves two penises or one penis and one toy in the vagina. It can be satisfying for all parties. Although it requires lube and preparation, and DVP, only one partner may have enough room to thrust. I'm done. I've seen it on movies and that's some gay stuff. Two penises in one vagina, and you rubbing up on the next man's penis, and you gonna say you straight? You ain't straight, man. You ain't straight. No, you ain't straight. Cause you about, God, dog. Okay, let's move on. Edge play. Any kink or fetish that is considered more risky or extreme, like living on the edge, right? Examples include choking, breath play, knife play, fire play, and any activity that results in bleeding. Damn. Elastophilia. A fetish for stretchy materials, including spandex, latex, silicone, etc. Elastophiles often enjoy bouncing on these materials or sinking deep down into something stretchy. I mean, I love a big cushion that you can sink into. You know what I mean? Electric play. Oh no! Don't tell me they're gonna talk about putting their penis in a socket. Playing with uncontrolled electricity is very dangerous and can even lead to heart failure. Right? However, most people, aside from those with pacemakers, heart issues, and other implants, right, can safely play with TENS units or violet wands to explore this kink. So I guess that's like a low voltage thing, or violet wands. You get a little shock and, okay. Enemas, Klismaphilia, KLISMAPHILIA. Inserting a tube into the anus and using liquid, typically water, but other solutions may be utilized, including urine. Oh, come on, man. To clean out the rectum. Enemas may be used to prepare for anal activities, but this is not necessary. An enema could be a form of punishment or control. Enemas are healthy to do. I haven't been doing mine regular, but coming up when I was younger, doing bodybuilding, all that stuff, 20s, I would do it on a regular basis. That's part of maintenance, cleaning out the bottom part, and then you get the whole, what's the other one? The colonoscopy, the whole thing you clean out. Oh man, you check up for that. What's the other one? I wouldn't have had that done. Where's the whole thing with the water going in? Now, I'm not some freak into that on some sexual level, but that is part of maintenance. Okay, let's move on. Encopoiphilia, a fetish for impregnation. We have an entire article on the impregnation fetish. Well, I know couples in love who are, the thought of impregnating your mate when you want to do this and when you plan to do this is an extreme turn on. You can't get pregnant doing this, right? Yeah, I know. I'm not going to pull out. I'm not wearing no condom. You're going to be, this can make you pregnant. Yes, put it in me. That's normal, right? Okay. Eproctophilia, arousal from flatulence, farts. Eproctophilia, arousal from flatulence, farts. It's a type of olfactophilia, but eproctophilia. Wait a second. Kwame, where are you, man? You're always talking about me farting, man. That might be what you're into. But if y'all women's farts, I'm a dude, right? Yeah, colonic. Yes, I'm slipping. Actually, not too much information, right? But I did it in Houston, Texas, right? And it was a nice young lady, and she was like, "This was the most fun. This is the best colonic I ever did," because I talked through the whole thing. Cracking jokes. And she's like, "I can't believe how clean you are." I'm like, "Hey, I keep myself that way." And we actually did an interview afterward, and it's on the channel. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I don't know. Colonic. it was. And I will put it in this. That wasn't in the title. I was in Texas. I was in Houston. Anything up on the channel, but it's there, and I'm gonna find it. Okay, it's not pulling up zero. I have to go back at that time period. It was like 2000. No. It was 2020, around February. And then again around August. I think it was August. Yeah. I'm going to find it. Okay, no, I can't find it here like that. Let's get back to the list. Exhibitionism. A common fetish for being naked and performing sexually in front of a person or persons. Masturbating for your partner is a mild form of this kink, but performing in sex windows or at BDSM shows and parties is a safe way to explore this fetish. Sex in public is partly exhibitionism related to agrexophilia, which is arousal when other people know about your sexual activities, and autogonistophilia, exposing oneself while on stage and being photographed, the counterpart of voyeurism. And there's a whole lot of that going on. I'm a little bit of an exhibitionist. I don't look the part no more, so I ain't doing nothing. Exoticism, fetishizing members and elements of Far Eastern culture, Japan, China, etc. including fictional worlds inspired by these locations. A preoccupation with geishas is the common in the Western world. For example, see also otherness. I knew a guy back in the 90s when I worked at Home Depot for a little while. He was, any Asian girl that walked in, he ran to help her. But he was obsessed. But he never admitted to it, you know? So like, okay, foresting, okay, boom, fictional worlds, locations, preoccupation, what's wrong with me tonight? Preoccupation with geishas and common, you know, so it's like, hey, you know, what you gonna do to me tonight? Tonight, we're gonna take some duck sauce, some soy sauce, some hot mustard, place it on the end of your penis till it burn. I'll smack the shit out of you and take your money. After spiking your drink with half a pint of NyQuil so I can do this easily. Okay, face F-U-C-K. I don't feel like saying the F word too much, right? An extreme form of blowjob where a man roughly F's a partner's mouth. This kink isn't inherently dangerous, but it can be uncomfortable and lead to tears, gagging, and even vomiting. There's one on here I think they don't have that I know about, but I'll wait. That's kind of rough. And what do you get out of that? Like, the beauty of it is to lay there and let the woman do it to you. Like, feel the pleasure she gives you. But you're like, this is like a woman hate thing. Let me come over there and just, nah. No, she's bent over, it's a different thing. But, you know, let her, you got to be kind of, that's like chauvinistic dudes like that. You know what I mean? Face sitting, the act of a woman sitting on a man's face while he performs oral. Face sitting can include mild suffocation, but doesn't have to. It's incredibly dominant. It's a nice thing. I ain't mad at you. Face slapping. A slap across the face brings you to attention and corrects your mistakes. You're unlikely to enjoy this fetish unless you're a bit of a masochist, but it's not as far out as some items on our list of kinks. Fat fetishism. The sexual gratification to overweight or obese people due to their weight and size. Gaining or feederism, mentioned below as force feeding, is a variation of fat fetishism where the sexual attraction gratification is not solely gained from the fatness, but more from the process of gaining weight and getting fat. Okay. Fellatio. Not usually deemed a fetish or a kink, but it can be for some. Check out the blowjob guide for tips. Listen, y'all. Some people might be like, oh, I just lost the page. I got to go back. I forgot which one I was on because I was trying to steal the URL for the blowjob, which I'm going to drop in the room. It's crazy. Just for the hell of it. Okay. Here we go. We're having fun tonight, y'all. We're having fun tonight. Trust me. Let me go back. I hope it didn't put me to the top of the page. Oh, no, it put me right back. That's good. Figging. Is this anything to do with fig Newtons? Using ginger root to create a burning sensation. It may be peeled before it can be inserted anally or vaginally. I don't know about that. Fighting, wrestling. Play fighting and wrestling is sexy because your body proximity as you struggle to maintain control. Even if you lose, you don't really lose. If you're turned on by a fight between other people, you're not alone either. Fire play, a form of edge play that involves flames and fire. Kinksters should be careful with hair, which can burn off and smell terrible. There's some white people here. Consider shaving first. Fire heat may be contrasted with cold and ice. Fire play can be dangerous. Fisting, the act of penetrating using a full hand. Unlike the name suggests, your partner should start with your hand straight and thumb tucked under his fingers like a duckbill. After he inserts his knuckles, the widest part of his hand, he can curl his fist into a ball, his fingers into a fist/ball shape. Fisting requires time, patience, trust, and a whole lot of lube. Flogging, hitting someone with a multi-tailed tool known as a flogger. Depending on the strength of the swing, flogging can range from warm-up to harsh impact that draws blood. Floggers' tails come in many materials: fur, leather, suede, rubber, silicone, and ball chain, to name a few. Food play, incorporating food into sex. This may mean using someone as a dish or table, covering your partner's body with food and licking it off. Think whipped cream or chocolate sauce, but you can get creative. Food play can be fun, but beware that playing with food near your vagina can contribute to yeast infection. More on that here. A fetish for food is known for cytophilia, but that can, of course, it can make a yeast infection. To the yeast, my brother, to the yeast. Vainglorious. Foot fetish, podophilia. A foot fetishist enjoys feet sexually. This may involve foot jobs, licking and sucking and massaging. Foot worship in a power exchange scene can take the form of polishing shoes or boots, or even with a tongue or worshiping feet. Forced feeding, a kink for forcing someone to eat. I ain't got that problem. I'm going to eat my food, potentially until they gain weight. This fetish is a type of body modification fetish. Feederism sometimes specifically refers to men feeding women, but can be used without any distinction. Formicophilia, arousal by insects or by insects crawling on and nibbling the body. The fetish for bees and wasps specifically is known as melissophilia, while an attraction to spiders is known as arachnophilia. Not arachnophobia like the movie, but arachnophilia. So you sitting there, or they can go to my property up in the mountains and go like outside naked. They'll get all the formicophilia they'll want. They'll get bit a whole lot too, right? Frotting, rubbing of two penises together. I can't believe I'm reading this stuff. One man may hold the penis together during this act. Similar activities, or the penises together during this act. Similar activities may include frottage, rubbing while clothed for sexual stimulation, and flirterism, rubbing or fondling an unsuspecting, non-consenting person. They do that on the subway trains in New York City, and I heard they have a really bad problem with that in Japan, where people touch on you, hump on you. They might, because when you're packed together and you're up into somebody's face or they're next to you close like that, a lot of these guys whip out, you can't see, and they masturbate. Now, they're not on you, but the head of their thing might be on you, because I've seen several times women going to work in the morning, they have the trench coats on, they're clean and, groomed, and they're walking off and there's a load of something dripping down the side of their coat. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Furries. This kink is hot. Literally, furries dress as animals or humanoid animal creatures, sometimes decked head to toe in fur. They often don animalistic dildos via strap-ons to enhance their furry play. Many furries engage in role-playing games and co-play as part of their lifestyle, which can become quite expensive. Yeah, you buy all this expensive stuff. What's the one there? Teletubbies? Is an X-rated Teletubbies a porn site or something? Furries. Note to some furries engage only in costumes and role play, only and no sexual activities. That's some of them, although some people do not see a distinction. To differentiate, yiffy refers to a sexualized furry fetish. This is getting too deep for me. Let me get a sip of water, people, and check the chat room. Bugs. I don't want no bugs. A bug is a thing that can't make me come no. You see what Reese said? What happened to normal things? Only Reese, right? But it's true. What happened to normal things? This is crazy. Okay, let me get back on the list. Indigo King. Welcome, brother. He used to dress like Zelda. There are a whole lot of hidden furries around, right? Okay, gags. A form of mouth bondage. Gags come in many forms, but ball gags are the most common. They may also take the form of a bit, cleave, pacifier, penis, or spider gag, among others. Mouth gags aren't usually dangerous, but they can be uncomfortable. Make sure to fit the gag properly to your or your partner's mouth. Yes, I'll remember that. I'm not into that. Gerontophilia, attraction to someone from a much older age group. May December relationship can fall into this kink if the members of the couple specifically fetishize about the age difference. Scientific American explains this in more detail. Golden showers. You know what they said? Sea water sports. Look, we know what that is. Okay. Group sex. What is this word? Polyiterophilia. Polyiterophilia. Group sex in multiple party scenarios can be quite hot, but they can also be uncomfortable. Threesomes are more of the common arrangements, and a fascination with three-person sex is also known as trialism. Want to try a threesome yourself? Find out how to make it awesome. There's a link there, right? But the new word for it, especially when it's like a relationship, like a three-way thing, is throuple. THROUPLE. I think that's like, it wasn't around in my day, but that's a new word they have now. Like, we're a throuple, Oh, when are you two getting married? What do you mean when do we get married? There's another person involved. We're a throuple. What do you mean? We're all getting married here. You may now kiss each other. Imagine, where did the rings go? Dun, 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 dun. That's crazy, right? Hematomonia, aka hermatolagnia, lust for blood and bleeding, may include wounds, vampirism, or biting to draw blood. It goes without saying that this one is obviously quite dangerous. You go on and mess around and want to bite somebody and they got HIV. All right. That's all I need to say. Harpaxophilia. Oh, you're not. Okay. Take a guess real quick. We got to play with this one. This is crazy. And here's the word. Let me see if I can copy and paste it here. Oh, man. This don't make no sense. Just don't make no sense. This doesn't make no sense at all. Here's a word. Right there. Boom. Look at the word. Could you, I'm going to take like 90 seconds. Just take a guess of what that means. That word there I just dropped in the chat room. Harpaxophilia. Harpaxophilia. I had to put that word in there. I can't believe it. Harpaxophilia. All right. I'm gonna give you all a second to type it in. Take a guess what that is. Just it's no right or wrong. It's not like you have to be smart. Because if you ask me, I wouldn't have known that. Possibly, sugar. Possibly. No, because that's what I thought, Reese. Nah, it's not that. Come on, y'all. Let's have some fun. Oh, yeah, I was like, she's confused. Like, I don't know what that is. Let's give it a minute. What do you think that is? That fetish right there. It does sound like instruments, like that first syllable, harpax, maybe playing a harp, maybe playing an old Tupac tune with a harp, right? Round and round, round we go. Ring, ring, I get around. No, that's not it, sugar. Diggs BTU7, what's up? I see you over there on Twitch. We're having fun over here. Okay, there it is. Nobody will see you because we get the multiple streams going on. Only I see you. So that's why I put you up to be seen right there. Spears. No, let me, okay, I'll just tell you, but let me go back to the list. Harpaxophilia is the fetish for being robbed. Listen, if you're out there listening, you happen to be a very rich person, just walk around me with lots of money hanging out of your pocket, preferably with huge denominations. And if this is your fetish, because it doesn't involve anything sexual from me, you can be a man or woman. I'm going to rob you, take your money, and you'll get your jollies off real good when you go home. I was robbed. And we can do this multiple times. And I'll go right to the bank. Crazy. Worlds to experience. How are you doing? We're having fun tonight. We're talking about kinks and fetishes. 239 of them. I don't know if I'm going to get them all done tonight, but we're just going down the list. We're having fun tonight. We're really light. The fetish for being robbed. Ain't that something? That's some guilty white people stuff. I've done my black work so bad. I'm going to go up in Harlem and, just walk with money hanging out my pockets. I need to be robbed. I need to be at peace with myself. You know what I mean? I'm on that one too long, but that's so far. Remember the ones we spoke about? Remember them, and let's see which ones get the top billing. And maybe I'll do like a community tab and put that in there, right? Helplessness, any role in which someone is helpless. They may be the victim to their role play partner, robber, kidnapper, etc., or their partner may act as a savior. Think of a princess who needs saving or an inept housewife. How do you get the housewife? Homeovestism, attraction to the clothing of one's own gender or by people wearing the clothing accepted as appropriate by their gender, for their gender by society. This fetish was first defined by George Zavitxenios. That's a Greek name right there. So you're wearing the regular clothes that you're supposed to be wearing, not anything twisted in this twisted society, and it turns you on. Hybristophilia, arousal by the knowledge that one's partner has committed a heinous act or crime. Oh God, this can include cheating, lying, robbery, or murder. This is sometimes known as Bonnie and Clyde syndrome after the American bank robbing and murdering duo. One partner is turned on by the other's bad deeds. Some people find themselves attracted to criminals who are in prison. That is a fact. I can tell you. You have these pen pal sites with these women who, doesn't mean they're all like unattractive. You have some attractive women who, I know, drop dead gorgeous women who just love to have pen pals and, gravitated toward guys who are locked up for some really bad things. It's like, I don't know. I call it the broken wing syndrome. It's like the bird with the broken wing. You want to save them. So it's like, oh, he's going to be there for the next 20 years. I need to fill his commissary up. He needs new sneakers. He needs money. He needs, that kind of thing going on. Yeah. Hypnotism. In an erotic situation, hypnosis can be a form of consensual non-consent. Try out this kink with some sexy magician assistant role play. Like this is consensual non-consent. That's like taking it with the permission of the person. You have to have safe words, like in rape play. I'll just remind for those who just came in. Rape play where I have a rape fantasy. I want you to come to the door and I want you to rape me. Okay, what's the safe word? Coon. And so when the lady says coon, you better stop. Or else it might turn out to be where you're getting booked. Central booking. Hypoxia. A paraphilia for being submerged underwater to restrict breathing, a type of erotic asphyxiation this can be fatal. Immobility, a kink involving bondage and force feeding. Okay. Impact play, any activity involving hitting either with body parts or other tools. Hitting, punching, spanking, flogging, whipping, and paddling are just a few forms of impact play, and intensity varies with the tool and effort. Impregnation, the fascination with making someone pregnant. Conception during sex, typically from a man's point of view. That could be a turn on when you're in a committed relationship, and that's the possibility where you want children. I understand that. Imprisonment, obsession with being locked inside cages, cells, coffins, or other areas. You keep doing some bad stuff, you might end up in a coffin. Yeah, but it seems like some guys like that. They get arrested, man, it hurt me, man. I'm going where I want to go. Oh, so you like being in prison. Infantilism. Oh God, I look down the list and I'm like, oh God, we got some real wowzers coming. Infantilism, a specific type of age play where someone plays an infant/baby. This can involve pacifiers, diapers, bottles, etc. A second person may act as a nanny or parent. The next one is internal cum shots. What the heck? Similar to a semen fetish, but arousal is due to being ejaculated into rather than on. If you're trying to avoid pregnancy, anal sex is the only safe way to engage in this kink. But STIs can be transmitted through semen even during anal sex. Look, if you don't know that by now, if you don't know that by now, you'll quickly end up in the clinic. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Intercrural or interfemoral sex, thrusting between someone's thighs without penetration. Okay, I've known people to do that. Intoxication, taking drugs or alcohol during or before a sex scene. Intoxication can lead to poor decision-making, risky behavior, and mistakes that could be dangerous or even fatal, especially when mixed with edge play. Jerk-off instructions, JOI. Imagine that, being instructed to hold to, wait. Being instructed to, told to masturbate. Okay, this don't make no sense. This is a typo. Being instructed to, told to masturbate. Okay, JOI. That's my imagination is. I'm thinking about the Nation of Islam. I am the minister jerk off. I believe that we should all, oh God, JOI, dudes with hats on. Catoptronophilia, a fetish for having sex in front of mirrors. Some people are simply turned on by seeing themselves in the mirror. To me, that's like a midlife crisis type thing. After you popped a few Viagras and you think you got it going on. Look at it. She's bent over. I still got it. Coronophilia, a sexual fascination with thunder and lightning, similar to arousal from thunderstorms. Brontophilia. You can't incorporate it into your sex, but a thunderstorm makes a good backdrop for sexy times. Many people find their levels of desire increase during storms. I can see that, because that's like so electrical. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be something with electricity, and you can feel that charge, right? Okay, I'm going too fast. Well, let me say that one anyway. I'll go back. Lactation. A lactation fetishes is all about lactating mammaries. That is, boobs producing milk. Many women enjoy the sensation of nipple suckling, and their partners enjoy breastfeeding. Lactation fetishists may encourage lactation when it wouldn't naturally occur because the milk specifically is their kink, lactophilia, or engage in breastfeeding without milk, right? I mean, they'd see that all day out here in Ghana because, the women whip out. They got their little kid, here come the titty. And lots of times they whip out both of them because if one is like a little slow on the milk, they go to the other one. People just walk by him in the street, don't pay it no mind. And here comes an American dude. Damn, man, look at them titties. She's breastfeeding, man. It's not always about sex. Okay, who is this now? Kigurumi. Sounds like some Japanese thing. Do you want to involve yourself in Kigurumi with me? This fetish is all about wearing anime masks, specifically men who wear masks of women. No, I ain't going near that one. That's a little sugar in the tank. Trying to fool somebody. Knife play. A type of edge play activity that involves actual knives or blades, or the implication of breaking someone's skin during kinky sex could be quite dangerous. Duh. Latex rubber, PVC, and similar materials attract our eyes with their sheen. They make for perfect fetish photography. 2, fortunately, you can get your kink on with the help of many retailers that specialize in latex gear and clothing. Yes, that's a major fetish that folks not going to tell you about. And you look in their closet and they have all these things on. Okay, you got to be dumb to not know this one. Lesbophilia. What is lesbophilia? Men with this kink enjoy lesbian sex more than your typical male. Some may go so far as to imagine themselves as a woman in girl-on-girl scenarios. I mean, I've never imagined myself to be a woman, but all women claiming to be lesbians, believe me, they'll call you 2 a.m. once a month, to line everything up. Too much information. Lithophilia, a kink for rocks, stones, or gravel. This can be used non-sexually. Macro fetish. People with this kink enjoy partners who are giant. This may mean plus size, but it can mean giants in the realm of fantasy role-playing and writing, A lot of folks are into this larger than life thing. I'm talking about like some cartoon animated stuff. That's the kind of porn that they have on these sites now. Because again, like I say in the past, I've known a lot of strippers. I've known a lot of people who are in the industry. I put my foot in the industry and didn't go all the way with movies, but a lot of pictures. So I get people to say, hey, wasn't that girl that was hanging out with you that time that was into the adult movies? Yeah, that was her. You look to the side and you see a big dragon screwing a woman from behind and the dragon penis coming out of her mouth 5 feet in front of her. It's crazy. Shish kebabbing, right? Macrogenitalism, a fetish for genitals that are particularly large. This isn't limited to just penises. All these white women out here in Africa. Oh, right. But you have a lot of women out here with big clits. You have women with clits that are so big. Say, wait a second, is that a dick? You know what I mean? You trying to trick me? No, but there's a lot of that. And I find that a lot of them that have larger clits have more pleasure. Of course, there's more sticking out there. Myciophilia, sexual attraction to pregnant women or giving birth. That's, if it's your woman, fine, but just pregnant women or giving birth, so you're going to get a job to be in a hospital when they're, she's giving birth now. I must excuse myself. Carry on. Machallagnia, a fetish dedicated to armpits, including kissing, licking, and smelling. This kink also involves inserting penises in the armpit for stimulation. Like the story I told you about the guy who said, listen, get down on your knees to his woman in the living room. She's like, okay. She thought she was going to be asked to perform. No. He got a little Vaseline, slapped it up under her arm, and he got behind her, but not directly behind her like doggy style. She was on her knees and upright from the knee up. He said, lift your arm. Right? Lift your arm. Vaseline. Yeah. And he put his penis in her armpit. And then he said, act like you're running real fast. Just move your arms. I'm getting tired. Keep going. I'm almost there. Oh, man. That's true, y'all. That's true. Masochism, enjoyment of pain, punishment, and torture. Someone who feels this is known as masochist. Masochists are often, but not always, submissive. Okay. Mechanophilia. Okay, I could guess what that is. Sexual attraction to and aroused by machines. While other fetishes objectify robots, this one can include a wider variety and may also go along with the desire to have sex in or a machine such as a car, bike, or plane. I've done that, but I ain't into no mechanics. Cars and bike? Nah. How do you lean up against the bike? You're on the bike riding and doing it? No. A plane, yeah, I can see somebody want to be part of the Mile High Club, whatever it is. How many thousand feet? Medical play, role playing involving medical scenarios, medical implements, scalpels, needles, speculums, etc., and or medical uniforms. Medical play often involves an examination of one's person by the doctor, who may take advantage of the situation. Play piercing is also common in medical play. Any play that breaks the skin can be dangerous if infections occur. Menophilia, what is it, attraction to men, right? An obsession with menstrual blood. Fetishists of this type don't mind period sex. In fact, they may prefer it, and they might like going down on a woman when she has her period. Marinthophilia, the fetish for bondage. See also vincelagnia. Mess fetish, hygrophilia. If you would rather avoid the wet spot on the bed, then this kink probably isn't for you. Mess fetishists enjoy the mess created by sexual fluids, both male and female fluid. They may use the fluids as lubes, to drink, to paint on their partner's body, or passing it back and forth orally. Snowballing. That's what snowballing is. Micro fetish. The opposite of macro fetish. Kinksters enjoy when partners are much smaller than them or being the smaller partner. Those who fall into the latter group may enjoy the feeling of being crushed during sex. Here Here's a thread by someone who has a micro fetish. It's a link. Military. That's a short one. A military fetish often goes hand in hand with the uniform fetish. Okay. I used to be a corrections officer. There are a lot of people out there with the military or law enforcement fetish, right? That's what it is. You know, I want you to do me in the uniform and act like I'm in a cell. Put the cuffs on me. Mixophilia, a kink related to watching yourself having sex. Recording sex and mirrors are two ways to enjoy this kink. Morphophilia, people with this fetish are attracted to bodies and body parts that are different from the norm. They might enjoy amputees, dwarfs, or people with other deformations. Mummification, a kink where someone is bound entirely or nearly entirely to prevent almost all movement. A vacuum bed can achieve full mummification, as can a plastic wrap, but can be dangerous if bindings present airflow. Mummification can also involve extreme temperatures, so hydration is a must to do it safely. That's crazy. I'm not letting nobody put no shrink wrap or nah. They used to do that in Home Depot. Like, I forgot when they'd pick a person or a new person, it was like some old gang initiation, and they'd shrink wrap them, like not over their head, but the whole body damn near. It's crazy. It's like a little practice that was like off the record. Muscles. Some people have fetishes or defined or large muscles, or fetishes for defined or large muscles. Muscle worship is one variant of this kink. Yes, we can do a whole show of what I had to go through back in the day from that. Mysophilia. This fetish is for dirt and items that have been dirtied, especially by bodily fluids during sex. Used underwear is a common example. There was a guy, buddy of mine named John. He had to be 40 back around that time. This is like around 81, 82. And he worked at Peepland on 42nd Street, which is not there anymore. It's 42nd Street between 8th and 7th Avenue, a porn spot where they sold movies, live shows, live sex shows, and everything. You just pay and you get in and you're good. And he was telling me how one of the girls that worked there had a soiled panties business. Now, this is like mail order stuff. And she had stuff set up in magazines, and she did photo shoots and stuff. And she would point to certain magazines that she starred in because you didn't have the internet back then. And so she guaranteed that she'd wear these panties for several hours, sweat them up, let things leak out in there, okay, front and back, and she would sell them. It's crazy. And then she got greedy. She'd have other people like rub this, and sometimes she'd rub her stuff on there and sell it, whatever. And she got greedy, so she can churn out more product to say, right? Let me check the chat room, see how we're going. Yeah, this is crazy. It's crazy. Midnight Green, how are you? I see you. Would you say, Sugar Pea? You sure that's what they mean? Take a look a little deeper. Church says it's holy milk, swallowing holy milk, which is from a man. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're bugging Home Depot. Back to ER stories. Oh, they're still doing that. Yeah, but I forgot like the reason why. Was it a new person, or if they were the manager, or some new person, or somebody, or a certain department made a lot of money, or they just picked some? I don't know, but I remember that. They could never catch me. Oh, heck no. No way. It's in my DNA. You're not gonna, bondage me up. White folks around. Hee-haw! I will bust through that thing like the Hulk. I'm seeing some crazy things here. Let me see what's up. Is this okay? Yeah. Narratophilia, fetish shared by those who enjoy telling and listening to dirty stories, talking about sex or incorporating dirty talk into sex. Well, I guess that's partially what we're doing now. We're speaking about, okay, it's not so bad. And I'll tell you why I don't think it's so bad. Nasolingus, a fetish for sucking on someone's nose. I thought it was about snot. But still, this cavities are always moist, Nasophilia, fetish for noses. Necrophilia, the fetish for human corpses. And I've heard of people in real life who, and if you're into that, well, get a good job at a local funeral home. Imagine that. You can't even get away from the perverts even when you transition. Somebody can be whacking off in your ear. Come on now. Oh, okay. I know what this is. Necrozoophilia, fetish for deceased animals. So, I mean, like you're driving down the road. Ooh, look there. Ooh, yeah, look that. It's a beaver. Pull over. Get him. Throw him in the back of the pickup truck. You eat beavers? Not really. I just want to take it home. What are you going to do with it? I'm going to jerk off all over it. Needle play. Playing with needles can involve breaking the skin and temporary piercing. Needles can also be used to scratch. If you're a DJ, you can scratch. Non-consensual. A kink for sex without consent. Rape. All non-consensual sexual activities and play or forms of sexual assault or rape. This is illegal, traumatizing, and can be dangerous. Nullification. Kink for removing any body part. This is very dangerous. Why would you say it's, of course. Like somebody pops your arm off and it's not dangerous? Here's one. Nullo. N-U-L-L-O. An extreme kink for removal of genitals. In practice, nullo is very dangerous and can be fatal. Why? This person who's writing this is like the minister of useless information. You're telling me it's dangerous? Don't you think we all know that? Okay, nyctophilia. I'll say nyctophilia. It says NYC tophilia. I'm like, does it have something to do with New York? If you love the night, you might have this fetish. It can also refer to fetishizing darkness. Scotophilia has the same meaning, but like nyctophilia, the city that never sleeps, right? So it might be inspired by somebody, growing up in New York City, man. It was sweet. You go out in the city and hang out. You don't really leave until the sun comes over. Okay, the sky starts getting lighter, then okay, it's getting time. Need time to get home. By the time you hit the train, like when you're young, you're a teenager, you're not driving. You get the train, you get home. By the time you get like to Queens, like from Manhattan, and the sky was already getting lighter, you still got time. But by the time you get it's daylight sometimes, let's go get some breakfast. It's wild. Then you end up not sleeping, just laying a little bit down around 6 or 7 in the evening for a couple hours. You get up and do the same thing. Objectophilia, objectum sexuality, also known as fetishism. This refers specifically to arousal by and sexual activity with an inanimate object such as shoes. Ah, yes. No, I'm not saying yes because I'm into that. I'm saying yes. Remember the story with the flashlight? My old girlfriend's older brother, and he was masturbating. He had a flashlight in one hand and his penis in the other, and he was making these noises in the room. And I went upstairs. I'm like, I gotta see. And he was like, developmentally delayed. I can't say retarded. At my age, I should be able to say retarded because that was the word that was used. Don't switch up on me. I can't retain the new words anymore. Homeboy, not only was he retarded, he was tarded, but he was a nice guy. And so he taped all of these nude pictures on the wall in his room. Nobody went in his room. On the ceiling, on the wall in front of him, all the way down to the ground, wherever was visible. And so he'd masturbate, he'd lube up, masturbate, and have the flashlight in the dark room flashing it on different photos so he can look at the women while he masturbates. And after he caught me peeking in that, I couldn't believe it. I wasn't interested in that stuff. So he said, man, let me tell you why I did that. Because holding the magazine, you keep turning the pages and you stop whacking. You can see more women when they taped on the wall. In the magazine, you can see one picture at a time. I'm like, talk about efficiency. He's also the guy that was always taking light bulbs, like blown light bulbs. Well, if you have any bulbs, if you have any blown bulbs, could you give them to me? Could you save them for me? Yeah, no problem. I said, what the hell are he gonna be doing with light bulbs? So I was in my old girlfriend's room, which is the room next over. I wasn't supposed to be up there. I mean, like they knew we were hanging out downstairs, but wait till everybody go to sleep, and I'd go up in there now in the room. In the summertime, the windows are open. You can hear the trains far away, noises far away. On a hot summer night, the sound just carries. So I hear cling, 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 cling. Ding, 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 like Christmas decorations bouncing off of each other. Not that you kind of hang. I don't do that no more. I did it, for a little time. My parents weren't really into that either, but I did that. And I was like, I got too wise to it from young. Wasn't into the whole Christmas thing. Not knocking anybody who is, but you all know anybody here knows what that is. Anyway, I'm like, yo, you hear that noise? That sound far away, but it's kind of close too, because his window was open. I got up. It's about 3 a.m. He's sitting up there, beating his penis, flashlight in the other hand. But this time, he had all these light bulbs in the bed. So because, when you get in the bed and it's one of those really, matches that you sink in, he put all the bulbs around him naked. So you couldn't make a wrong move, roll over. You bust light bulbs, you get that fine glass all up in you. Light bulbs under his balls. It was dark, but I saw this. And he was taking his time. And I was like, I'm not into looking at no men, but I got to know the man. Why you got light bulbs in the bed? I didn't say that. And I didn't stay around for the grand moment. I peeked. I was like, he got light bulbs in the bed. He's playing with himself. And the next day he saw me, lamps. Because, he didn't call me Lance. He used to call me Lamps. Lamps. I know you opened the door, but I was too far gone. I couldn't stop. You probably wonder why I had light bulbs in the bed. I was like, I'm not being nosy on what you do. What you do is your business. But, why did you have light bulbs in the bed? Because it makes me come better. I said, what? Light bulbs in the bed makes you come. How is that? Because I know I can't move. I got to sit there and let the pleasure wash over me. I said, where do you get these things from, man? In a way, he was brilliant. He had to take the pleasure. Sick. But that magazine thing, the pictures on the wall, that made sense. Could you imagine me telling a story like that and somebody have their own house in a secret room that I'm going to try this. Let me take all these pictures. And he'd look over behind his head. They were everywhere. And it were layers of pictures because it wasn't like one layer of picture. He had 5 or 6 layers. He's been doing this. So if you peel back the pictures, because some were falling off, I said, I almost said his name. I don't want to say his name. I said, man, you got these pictures up. The more you peel back, they got the 1960s type color on it, because this was 82, right? So the 60s weren't really too far away. But the pictures on the bottom, the first ones, they were old, girly black magazines. At least the brother was into the sisters. I ain't see one white woman up there. Kudos to him. I got some light bulbs for you. I got some flashlight batteries for you. Jerk away. At least in your sexual fetish, you a brother who acknowledges the sisters. The older ones, close to the wall, they had afros, and how they had they had afros between the legs, everything. It's cool, beautiful women, whatever. But I'm not mad at the brother. Oh man, Sticks Anderson, welcome. We're having fun tonight. With the posters on the roof. But it's he had it on the ceiling too. Yeah, let me go back to the fetishes. I got a ton of stories, y'all know that. Okay, oculolinctus, desire to lick eyeballs. Oculophilia, an obsession with the eyes. Odaxilagnia, kink for biting or being bitten, may or may not involve blood. Odontophilia, the general fetish for teeth, which can include biting, licking teeth, or even removing them. So what you got, like a pair of pliers, and you're masturbating I want to feel the ultimate pleasure and pain at the same time. Imagine that. They're real close with dentists, right? Olfactophilia. What is it, proofreading naked? Attraction to smells, especially pungent body odors. Osmolagnia is the fetish for sweat or gaseous emissions specifically. Gaseous emissions? Is Kwame here? Omarashi. Sounds like a Japanese name. What is your name? I am Omarashi. I'm Ninja Warrior. Never lost a fight. That's right. The Japanese word for fetish relating to having a full bladder and urinating on oneself. No, don't call me no Omarashi. I am great warrior. I never lose fight, but I piss every time I fight. Orgasm denial? Orgasm denial? Type of play where someone's orgasm is denied entirely, limited, ruined, or delayed. Wow. I don't know about nobody else, but you ain't messing mine up. Or I act like I'm not having one and like get it at the last minute. Like, oh, you feel like you're getting there? No, not really, but I'm almost there. And just, you got to control your breathing. I think you're coming. No, I'm not. I'm coming. I tricked you. Right? Nah. Carezza, that's the word I knew from reading The Joy of Sex back in 1976. That was kind of freako from back then. Carezza. That's delaying your orgasm, not denying it, just delaying it to make it more explosive. And the more you can delay it, pretty much the more explosive it can be. But sometimes if you delay it too much, it just piddles out like a watery, nondescript, forgettable orgasm, you know? Otherness, sexual attraction to someone from other places, including aliens. See all xenophilia and exoticism. Other places, including aliens. Like, when was the last time you had sex with an alien? Why are you craving something for something you never saw? My fantasy is to be abducted by aliens. You have a bunch of Indian men. Well, you want to be abducted by aliens? We're here to, we're illegal aliens in America. We will abduct you. You have nice ass. We don't have that in India. Partialism, sexual obsession for specific body parts and not the whole. Whole spelled WHOLE. You got to have the whole, the HOLE, right? Eyes, faces, forearms, and feet are all common objects of obsession, but any part will do. Picatiphilia, fetish for sinning and breaking religious rules, like those, like the porn where you have the nuns giving head to the priest. You know what I mean? They like all of that, and some like it, you know. And I mean, some in regular Black Christian churches like the whole. We know that, right? But the whole church thing turns them on. And some of them like when I told my adult story about the young lady who liked to read Bible stories when having sex, like just, you know, scriptures, you know, bent over reading and reading them too, read them out loud. Yes, the Lord is my shepherd. I shouldn't even mix it up like that, right? I mean, I know what it is, but and to do that and read uninterrupted while someone, need I say who, was going down to them. And they keep reading and they're sitting there on the edge and they dress real sexy, high heels, the skirt up, the garters, the this and that, the titties pushed up and the blouse open, but they're reading the Bible. And they don't stop. They'll slow down a little bit like, no woman, no weapon formed against, so prosper. Yep, this is real. Old SCURV has been around the block a couple times. Okay, pedophilia, fetish for dolls, especially sex dolls. Okay, I didn't like that one. It better be just dolls. Pedophilia, that I in that word saved it. It's not pedophilia. Pedio. Well, I got you some Pedialyte. Want to drink some of this? Penis humiliation. A kink involving insulting a man's penis, including size, appearance, and performance. More on this BDSM humiliation. Penis insulting a man's penis. Like you're sitting there chilling, you might be asleep, I mean, and your woman's cursing out your penis. You too small. You didn't do anything anyway. So and so. Okay, this one here is like a weird word. Pedectophilia. Like I said, I'm gonna post this, you know, in the comment section and the chat room before we go. Pet play. Any kink where someone acts like a domesticated pet. Cats and dogs are especially common with leashes, collars, and food, water dishes used as props. So yeah, that's big in Europe. Phallocholagnia. That's how it's spelled. Phallocholagnia, arousal from pain directed toward main genital. That long word for that? That looks like an Indian word though, for real. Phallophilia, obsession with large penises. Many people share this kink. Well, yeah, all these white women coming out here to Africa. Big penises are all over the world, but I think there's more of a, you know, I don't know. I'm not looking. Phobophilia, sexual obsession with being afraid. This fetish can be directed toward hate as well as fear of being afraid or hating something. Wow. I can see it now. Honey, are you feeling okay? No, I came in the movie theater because it was so scared me so much. I came so good. We got to watch that movie again. Phygophilia, fetish for being a fugitive on the run. So what happens if you're not like a fugitive? Like, do you like, I'm going to commit a crime and I'm going to run. But the thought of them almost catching me gets me off. Can't spend the night in your house. Phygophilia, fetish for being, okay, that's the one. Fetish for being a fugitive on the run. Pictophilia, okay. Fetish for watching pornography, especially of the same actor. You have a lot of that because, you have porn sites like Pornhub, RedTube, and all those other ones. Listen, I know a lot of people up in them bad boys. So I'm on there a lot. People send me things. No, you're just on there watching it. Yeah, you see things like, wait a second, what is that? Living the life I lived, it's not like you know what I mean? I know a lot of them people. But they have their own pages and people who fixate, as in OnlyFans. You can have your own page. And trust me, there's a lot of folks that don't know about OnlyFans, so I will explain it. OnlyFans is I can't say it's the YouTube of sex because OnlyFans was not created for that. But they allow you to have adult material there, free and pay. There's a free side and a pay side. And actresses, I don't mean Hollywood, maybe some of them too, right? They won't get the roles, but they make their own homemade porn. Couples, actresses, lesbians, homos, everything, cross-dressers, everything. And they charge a monthly fee. Could be anywhere from a couple bucks to a whole lot, but you have to produce this content. And usually you have a lot of fetish-specific material there. Like some women or men, but it's usually the women, may specialize in the toes and the feet and the foot fetishes. You see, a big-breasted woman naturally may be a titty thing, and so on and so forth, right? So a lot of them will have like dedicated fans, and these people, not everybody now, but if you run it right, you're going to make, because if you strike the mind of one of these people who are into the fetish of something and you fit the bill, they just throwing money at you. Oh, God. I talked to one old chick I knew that was trying to get, I want her to come on the show and talk about some of the things and propositions she's had. And these dudes will do flyouts, which is dangerous. But they love you enough, lust you enough. I will pay. And some of these people got money. I will pay you $20,000 to spend the weekend with me, and we don't have to have sex. It's crazy. A lot of these people get killed too sometime, right? I think there was a chick there, came to Ghana, white girl, disappeared. Ain't nobody saying nothing, right? Anyway, I'll leave that alone because I'm out here. I ain't trying to blow nobody up, although it's wrong, right? Play piercing, piquerism, and how do you spell it? Okay, with a C and with a Q, right? Okay. Play piercing is performed for temporary decoration as well as for the sensation of breaking the skin. Plushophilia, fetish for stuffed animals. These people may have a kink specifically for teddy bears, and they may be furries. Reddit. Okay, this is the same one that they under a different name. Okay, so sometimes these are they replicate. Pony play, a kink for acting like a pony or its master. Ponies can wear everything from blinders to bits to bridles to fake ears and hooves. Ponies are trained by their masters and may even do manual labor. I thought they said masters and may even do manure. Before I saw manual, I thought it was manure. Right, do that too. Psychrophilia, arousal by being cold or watching others be cold, having sex in freezers and or meat lockers. Mind you get locked up in there, or around ice might fulfill this kink. In other contexts, a psychrophile is an organism such as bacteria that grows in extreme temperatures, such as the poles or deep ocean. Now, I mean, I'm not into that or whatever. I remember one time, a long time ago, it was freezing cold. This chick was like, let's go outside. It's ice. This is blizzard weather. What you talking about? But the difference between the cold and the warmth of her innards, it was something to it. Oh, this is pretty cool. You know what I mean? You know, it was outside, parked in a van, opened the door where nobody could see you on a desolate street, but crazy. I dropped a little interest in bombs like that. I know our friend who came in on the show there who unsubbed and I blocked her. She's probably mad. He's still going, this filthy man. Look, come on. Life is interesting. Pregnancy. This kink goes beyond a woman's pregnant glow. Some people just can't get enough of a pregnant woman's powerful and sexy body. It's so common that there are 3 different names for it. Pregophilia and what? Myosulphoria. Your partner may be even surprised by how turned on he is when you're pregnant, and your hormones might have you wanting more sex. Well, yeah, that's. I know women in the Caribbean would say it's strengthening the baby when you have sex during pregnancy. My kids are strong. Psychroxism, a fetish dedicated to being cold, having sex with a cold partner, or using cold objects, ice cubes, cold dildo, etc., during sex. Terranophilia, kink for being tickled specifically by feathers. Pubophilia, obsession with pubic hair. A love for pubic hair has been expressed in literature and art. Pygmalionism, sexual obsession with human-like images, especially when you made it yourself. This fetish may lead to stimulating oneself with statues or mannequins. And I'll tell you, and I'll put it out there. No, I'm not into that. But me and Mrs. Scurv were talking, well, nothing sexual, but she was watching this video of this guy who did sculpture. And he was giving a few of his tricks. This guy was in his 80s and he's been teaching it for 40 years. And this guy's brilliant. And I'm pretty good with sculpturing. I think I'm pretty damn good with sculpturing. So she was like, why can't you make some of the statues like that? I'm like, with the concrete? I don't know how to work with that. I got to get somebody to kind of teach me. But really with magazines and newspapers, like paper mache, like that. But you'd have to get like coat hangers and bend things a certain way and have the form and shape. And then as you have the basic form and shape, then you can put other clay-like stuff over it and make yourself. But I can do good faces and make it look like you with that. That's another one of my hidden talents that I threw to the back burner because it's like, it's too much to do. But I'm going to try that. And I'm going to get some flour and I'm going to do something not small because she was saying we can do some statues for the house or something. But I'm going to do some dope stuff. I ain't doing nothing like I'm not going to say preschool, like I'm putting them down because we all were preschoolers at one time, but I'm very interested in doing that. Some really, really, and I want a huge iron type of phallic thing painted like a black, whatever, not a black penis. I'm just saying like something interesting that you have to, what am I looking for now, the word there? When they use the iron and do it together. Come on now, it's a simple word. Anyway, that's what I want to do. One of the things I want to do. Okay, what's this one here? Welding. Welding is the word I was looking for. It's getting late over here. Anyway, pygophilia, partialism to butts, and seeing, touching, and playing with them. Okay, I admit, I'm into pygophilia. But what black man isn't? We love butts. Paralagnia, sexual arousal from watching or setting fires. Now that's like sexual arousal? Come on, man. Playing with fire is dangerous. At least one study has been done on the subject. Paralagnia. And you getting sexual, really? Why don't I just take you and like throw you in a pit, with charcoal and you could burn up, you're burning people's houses down. A sexual thing, like how do you connect that? Okay. Okay, here's another one. Pyrophilia, a fascination with fire. Setting fires and using fire during sex can be dangerous. However, massage candles can be used safely because the wax's low melting point, and fire cupping is not usually risky. I was in an S&M club. What was the name of this club? Club O. That's the one I forgot to mention. It used to be on 21st Street between 5th and 6th Avenue. Way up, probably like 20-something floor. This is Manhattan, right? Danceteria was across the street. Anybody remember Danceteria from the early 80s? I don't know how long they lasted, but I know it was from the 70s and it leaked over into the 80s because my friend Charlie used to be the bouncer there. And guess who used to get in there for free when I wanted to? Me. There was a church on the corner. Limelight, y'all. Limelight. That same block. Either it was 21st or 20th. It was a church that was converted over into a club. And they had us as bodybuilders come there one night and pose and walk around, whatever. Crazy stuff. I got stories for days. Anyway, Curophilia, fetish for hands. Some people fetishize certain parts of the hands, such as the fingers or fingernails. Others may prefer hands of a certain size or shape. Still, others with this fetish may enjoy seeing hands performing certain actions. It could be masturbation or something non-sexual, such as washing dishes. Rape fantasy, a fetish for acting out a pretend rape, consensual non-consent. This fantasy can occur on both the victim or perpetrator sides. Arousal at the idea of rape is known as rape or raptophilia. There's no E there, so maybe raptophilia, raptophilia. Revving, like when you're revving a car. Kink for watching someone rev an engine. For real? Especially when they wear heels. Oh, you get too detailed of this. Wear the heels and get in the car and rev it. Also known as pedal pushing or pedal pumping. Come on, y'all. Homegirl was pissed off. This is fun. This is interesting. I didn't know these things. There are plenty of videos on pornography sites that, and even YouTube, featuring women in bare feet or high heels pushing the gas pedal. Sometimes these women are referred to as gas pedal honeys. Wow, I'm learning. See, YouTube, there's a lot of fetish stuff on there. A lot of fetish stuff, sexual fetish stuff that doesn't cross over into something that is considered pornographic. And they use those YouTube pages to get you to come to their OnlyFans page or website. There was this white woman who, somebody sent it to me, and I ain't looking at a white woman. They said, can you figure this out? And he didn't know what it was all about. He didn't look to the end. It was to get people to come to the end of the video and get you to go to the OnlyFans page where she can show more. What was she doing? She was doing housework in a teddy in high heels. And she had other videos where she was doing it like in bikinis and stuff, high heels. She was a white woman, but she was built for it. She had full legs and full backside and all that stuff, little waistline. And she was vacuuming the floor, cooking, dusting. Of course, when she's dusting, she's bending over. Of course, the angle of the camera going up her backside while she was vacuuming, bending over to pick stuff up, get the garbage, the cleavage is falling out. So she was getting mad YouTube money anyway, because she had millions of hits. So she was getting it. And I know they had people come back to her page on OnlyFans. That's crazy. Let me check the chat room and get a sip of this next bottle of water. Okay. Oh, God. I got water drinking philia. But it's not a sexual thing, right? But you're right, Oyala. Like she said, I really don't know. I really don't know how some of these are turn-ons and get-offs. To me, my theory is that it always goes back to the childhood. Coming up. It's not like, I was a kid, I used to love, but it was something in your development, I mean, we all have things, we'll do some private shows again. Let me go back. Here we go. Retifism, the fetish for shoes and footwear. Rhabdophilia, a fetish for receiving physical beatings such as flogging or whipping. Really. Robotism, kink for Robots, cyborgs, and androids. I know RoboCop was getting his groove on back in the 80s. Doom, 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 doom. I used to love that theme song. Rope work, a kink for rope used as the specific type of bondage. Popular types of rope work include the Japanese-inspired shibari, more correctly called kenbaku. Rimming, a kink for giving or receiving rim jobs. Interested? Check out our guide. People will say, well, what are rim jobs? That's ass licking, y'all. Sadism, the kink for providing pain. Masochists and sadists often come together to meet one another's kinky needs. That was a late sentence. Masochists and sadists often come together. They spelled it C-O-M-E, not the porno way of C-O-C-U-M, right? You know, it's a whole different text when you get that. I need to come see you, right? Savantophilia, fetish for people who have cognitive impairment or delay. Scatophilia, yo, I don't need to read that. A fetish for fecal matter, also known as coprophilia. Let me tell you something. This is back in 2007, 2008. I had a website called SCURV Originals. SCURV and Originals, but not with an S at the end, a Z. And that's when I started out, and it was like I was doing artwork. But by that time, I'd already evolved into other things, the writing and the art. I wasn't on YouTube yet. YouTube came around 2005. I got this channel, I think, around 2010, and put like, you know, I had no direction, you know. Somebody had hacked into my website, and all the links, like to go to different articles and different pieces of artwork, they replaced it with scat sites. A friend of mine called me up hysterically as I was on your site, man. Every click that thing I clicked on was scat. I said, nah. He said, go see it. I went on the site, lo and behold, and it wasn't even like, there's no regular scat site, y'all. But this, it was extreme. I mean, oh man, people eating it, rolling around in it. I ain't gonna say what it is. Y'all know what that is. You'll know what it is. Scatophilia, a fetish for fecal matter, also known as coprophilia. Sensation play, a light kink where partners exchange sensations on the skin. Items with different textures, soft, hard, bumpy, smooth, cold, hot, can be run across the skin. Pain isn't involved, but you can alternate between pain and sensation during light BDSM play. Well, aside from the latter part, that might be fun. Sensory deprivation, any play that prevents someone from using one of their 5 senses. Blindfolds block sight, gloves prevent touch, earmuffs deprive the sense of hearing, etc. Siderodromophilia, a fetish for trains or engaging in sexual activity on a train. Been there, done that. Slime fetish, a kink for slime and slimy things. Tentacles are a prime example of a slime fetish in popular media. This fetish is closely related to the mess fetish. Sneezing fetish, a kink for watching someone else sneeze. This person is usually naked. Sneezing elicits a bodily response somewhat similar to orgasm. People with a sneeze fetish might also participate in tickling and forced urinating kinks. Okay. Snuff, a fantasy fetish for killing someone or being killed. Oh, come on. Okay, a fantasy fetish for killing someone or being killed. So, you know, okay, I got a fetish for you killing me. And after the whole thing, do you come back and say, man, that was a good one, but that felt good. You're dead. You live in certain parts of the, in America, you might have that come true. Snuff is often considered to be an urban legend, and it's obviously dangerous and illegal in practice. Duh. Somnophilia, a fetish for sexual partners who are asleep. It is a rare fetish. People with this fascination may enjoy the sleeping princess fantasy. In reality, a partner should specify prior consent to sexual activity that happens or begins while they're asleep, because sleeping people cannot give consent. Of course, definitions differ, however. Sounding, a kink for inserting thin tubes, usually made of glass or metal, into the urethra. This is one of the most common forms of urethral play. Kinksters often use medical sounds or similar tools, and sounding can be part of medical play. Sounding can be dangerous, especially if the item inserted breaks off internally or is not sanitized beforehand. That's a mess. Imagine that breaking off inside you. Spanking. This is a fetish that many people have tried in the bedroom. A firm hand comes into play as punishment or enticement in many power exchange relationships, including domestic discipline, relationships, and schoolgirl role play. You might enjoy spanking from time to time if you don't consider yourself all that kinky, but spanking can be quite extreme. Stigmatophilia. The fetish for piercings and sometimes tattoos. See body modification fetish. Stockings, items that are often fetishized. Some people like all of them. Others prefer those that are lace top, hooked to a garter belt, or visible seam down the back. Yes, I like those. The ones with the seam down the back. Those are nice. Hey, I'm not a dead man yet. I might be almost 60 years old, but I'm still alive, right? Strap on. Fetish usually a fetish specifically for using strap-ons. Anal, oral, or vaginal penetration can be achieved. Anally penetrating a male with a strap-on is known as pegging. Here are 17 wild pegging positions. That's another link. Y'all will get this thing, y'all. I'm not trying to click on that right now. I knew a guy. No, that's the wrong way at the beginning of that sentence, right? I knew my old girlfriend did hair really good. She was well known. And she talked to a lot of women. And it was that relationship that was my kind of kinky one, right? And there was a young lady. She had to be about maybe 30 years old. She was just so frustrated with her husband. Good provider, worked hard and everything. But once he revealed what it is that he liked, she kind of lost respect for him. That's just the way she was, you know? So I was like, well, what is it, you know? So she told my old girlfriend. My old girlfriend came back and told me all the stories. I mean, she told me everything. So when she, especially the missionary position where her husband was on top of her, and he was shy to tell her what it was that he liked because he was preferring now to do things in the dark. Or they started out with the lights on, which lights on is cool. Light, dark, partial, you're in different moods. He would always say, I got to go to the bathroom. He'd get up and go to the bathroom. And she's like, he'd go in there and stand up, and I don't hear no water hitting the you know, or maybe sometimes he did pee. But he came back and got in the same position. Maybe he tasted her a little bit and inched up, and he started. But she knew or realized that like he was leaning back or like reaching back for something when he's in the missionary position. So he's on top of her. So one arm wasn't on the other side. It was like straight back. He had a dildo in his backside while he was screwing her or just stimulating himself that way. And he got away with it 2 or 3 times, and she noticed he jumped up. Like, what you really doing? Cut the light on, the dildo fell, rolled off on the side of the bed. So that's what you're doing? So she tried to be nice and accommodate him, you know, but it was just too much because he always wanted to do it. And then he wanted her to strap on, you know, not like they had it in the house. He had this whole, she found it when he was gone. He had a whole collection tucked away in the garage on the top shelf of this, you know, industrial shelving unit. And she's like, he's been doing this. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm wondering if he's like with a man now or whatever. But that was his thing. And it was like, sometimes she's like, I couldn't even come because he was always wanting to do this. And I'd get behind him and grab his hips and strap on and pump him. And how am I looking at it? He's going to get on top of me? No. But I don't know the end of that story. I mean, you know, we knew her and I got to know her pretty good. As we'll leave it there. But I don't know how that ended. He was a good guy otherwise. I'm not going to say whatever you do, and things people here might be doing this. Oh, my Lance might disapprove of that. As long as you're not hurting nobody, whatever. Like, it may not be what I do, but, you know, I'm not here to make anybody feel guilty. It's really crazy. Yeah, fishnet, black pantyhose. Yeah. Okay, let's Yeah, raw reality. Yes, yes. A lot of these fetishes are mental illnesses in disguise. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, here we go. Let me check this out. Okay. Okay. Stygiophilia, arousal by thoughts of hell and eternal damnation. Yo, then keep on sinning. You'll get your fantasy. If that's what it really is, right? You know, because we know that we'll say, well, they made that up just to keep fearing you. Whatnot. Some say, oh, no, it's real. I've been there, you know. What a thing to really want or turned on about. You know what I mean? Damn. Stuffing, eating until the point of physical pain. Suspension, the practice of suspending someone from the ground or being suspended yourself. Suspension can be accomplished with ropes, harnesses, and other devices. You ain't gonna find no escaped slave into no daggone suspension, you know? Symphophobia, fetish for watching car accidents and other traumatic incidents. Oh, look, a car accident. It's a lot of blood. Where? And they start masturbating. Come on. That's sick. Taphophilia, fetish for being buried alive. Oh, God. Fetish for being buried alive. This may be connected to an imprisonment kink. Teasing, tantalolagnia, to enjoy teasing as sexual gratification. This may be prolonged sexual teasing or teasing in the form of insults and ribbing. Technophilia, a fetish for any technology such as robots, AI, and sex machine. That's James Brown. Sex machine, right? Kinks for cybernetic enhancements fall into this category, and some may fetishize the idea of amputations. Teleophilia, the erotic preference for persons between the age of physical maturity and the onset of middle age. First described in 2000 by Ray Blanchard and Howard Barbary, right? Okay, what now? Let's see this again. The erotic preference for persons between the age of physical maturity and the onset of middle age. So where is that? I mean, you can be physically mature at 18, younger. Now that's some old pedo stuff, right? And the onset of middle age. So that's a wide range. Prime of life, right? Oh man, they're 35, they're 40, they can get it. Telephonic cophilia, a fetish for phone sex and talking dirty over the phone. Well, most here have done that to a point. You're talking to your girlfriend, your mate, and you know, hey, next time I see you, I'm going to take you from behind. Tentacle fetish, fetish for tentacles. I thought it said testicles, right? Many people enjoy animated erotica pornography with tentacles, and tentacles dildos also lend to this fantasy. Tentacles dildos. What does that look like? Wait. I got to Google this. Tentacles dildos. Whenever a hacker out there, a government agent who's looking at my searches, they're going to be freaked out. What is he looking at? Okay, tentacle dildos. Oh, the best tentacle dildos, monster dildos, tentacle dildos, your ultimate pleasure, adult boutique online. Tentacle dildos at Etsy. Etsy, come on, Etsy's getting down with the porn. Oh, man. Let's see. Oh, I got to drop this in the room. Okay, here we go. Listen, y'all, I work hard all week doing this stuff, 7 days a week. We all got to have a little fun tonight, right? I'm not a bad guy. Here we go. Let's drop this in here. Check that out. Check this out. Yes, you're right, raw reality. It comes from white people. I mean, black men may have that booty fetish, you know, we all do. I mean, who doesn't like, you know? Yeah. Suspension is some type of intervention, punishment, correction. This is some deep stuff. Phone sex is good. Ain't nothing wrong. You ain't hurt nobody. Right? But you didn't run into that, Oyella, right? You're shopping on Etsy, right? Take a wrong turn and find something that you never saw before. Imagine some little old lady on there. I go on Etsy all the time, and I buy my stuff for my yarn, and for my sewing, and for my sewing machine, and boom, Ethel, I think I found it. A big black penis. Orders going out. Yeah, they own some other stuff, Indigo King, for real. Okay, okay. What is this? Teratophilia, attraction to people with bodily deformities. This umbrella term includes several other fetishes on this list, including stigmatophilia, morphophilia, and acrotomophilia. However, it may also refer to a sexual attraction to actual monsters. Oh, come on. So I guess they see Godzilla fighting King Kong. Did you see Brad today? Nah, he said he was going to the movies. You go to the movies, let's see if we can find him. You pull up and see an ambulance. He jerked himself off until he passed out. He's severely dehydrated. Tickling. While tickling can be a form of teasing, it's a kink in its own right for some people. Those who enjoy tickling may enjoy surrendering control or struggling to retain it. Tickling to the point of urinating is also one flavor of this fetish. Tickle torture is a kink for tickling or being tickled while bound. Yeah, I know somebody. Tickle torture, but you can't touch me. Okay, I know what you want. Transformation fetish, kink for transforming into other people or even non-human creatures. TF is common in hentai and some written erotica. So there's a lot of freaks walking around here on Halloween. They just don't want candy. Trichophilia, hair fetish. Trialism, a fetish for threesomes. This may include a kink for watching your partner have sex with someone else. Yeah, that's that kind of stuff there. It looks like Solange. Like I'm thinking about Beyonce's sister. Tripsolangenophilia, massage fetish. Even if you don't have a fetish, a sensual massage can be relaxing and it's good foreplay. Underwear fetish. The fascination with underwear, usually women's underwear. Men with this fetish will collect, wear, or smell underwear. Uniforms. Many women love a man in uniform, but not every couple incorporates this into their sex lives. Those who do just might have a uniform fetish. Uniforms, of course, can make someone feel like a powerful person. Military, police, and firefighter uniforms are some of the most popular, or help you get into the role of a schoolgirl, waitress, or Playboy bunny. And a well-fitting uniform shows off a person's body just the right way. If your job requires a uniform, you're in luck. Otherwise, you can hit up a costume shop or even buy uniform-inspired lingerie. Okay. Ursisagalmatophilia. Don't ask me to repeat that. Kink for teddy bears and dressing up as a teddy bear and animal. We heard that already before. Urtication, using the nettle plant to sting a partner's skin. That's straight cruel. Have you ever had nettles rubbed by you? That's no joke. You wake up in the morning time and nettles are in your underwear. You know where you'll be scratching that day. Vaccinophilia, vaccination fetish. See also medical play. We know those with the vaccination fetish. They had no problem with the taking the jab. Oh, matter of fact, can you give me that 5 more times? Why? You already got it, Vicrophilia, being sexually vicarious, specifically related to enjoying other stories of sexual activity. There must be somebody enjoying my stories. Vincelagnia, a kink for being tied up and at the mercy of another person. This is a type of bondage fetish. Oh, God. Vomit fetish. Emetophilia, a sexual obsession with the act or substance of vomit. Hang out around a couple of bars. Push some drinks on people after they went to the restaurant that was all you can eat and stuffed. You'll get your fantasy. Vororephilia, sexual desire to be eaten alive or eat someone while they're alive. We're not talking about like eating their coochie. We're talking about eating them like you're, Golden Corral or some all-you-can-eat joint. They say would incredibly, is incredibly dangerous and illegal. Yeah, that probably threw them off typing this thing, and illegal if attempted in reality. But it remains a fantasy for most people. You'll find plenty of art and stories dedicated to vor on DeviantArt, Tumblr, and Reddit. I think I have a page on DeviantArt. I know I have one on Tumblr and Reddit too. Voyeurism, a kink for watching someone else while naked or engaging in sexual activities. Voyeurs and exhibitionists make excellent pairings. They sure do. Non-consensual voyeurism may be against the law. Ecotourism is a related kink for listening to someone have sex without permission. The fetish is also known as scopophilia. Okay, like scope, like you're watching. But yeah, voyeurs and exhibitionists, they're a match made in heaven. Especially the ones that go to the sex clubs, whatever. There was one in Queens, New York, at Flushing Meadow Park, because you had to drive in off the highway to get to that side of Flushing Meadow Park. And the cops will never bother you. But, you know, usually they might swing through and not bother anybody because they know when they see the cars with the fogged up windows what was going on. And it wasn't, unless you're out there playing music loud and seem like you're a danger to somebody else, they leave you alone. So how do you know that, Lance? Well, figure it out. Anyway, there was a dude, a black guy in a Saab. I'll never forget, it was a Saab, S-A-A-B, the car, Saab. And he would have his lights off and he would be zooming into the lover's lane and pull up close on a car. I mean, pull up close and roll his window down and he's staring. And by that time, most people are really into what they're doing, but that's frightening. You look up and you see, I mean, his car was close to where the side mirrors are almost touching. And he would have his lights out. And it was lit, not bright stadium lights, but it was lit where if you were walking through there, you didn't feel like, oh God, it's too dark. But because of the size of the parking lot, you don't pull up on your car there. Okay, let me find another spot. Equidistant, you know, people would park next to each other if there were no spots, but it was never that crowded. But nobody bothered anybody. But this dude on the regular, I mean, I was up there in a regular every now and then, you know. But he would pull right up and, you know, I'm like, this guy's going to get shot. Somebody's going to get him. Somebody's going to get him. And I remember being out there one night. And of course, I wasn't sitting there by myself. And I was like, I looked around, do a little something, look around, do a little something. Let some time go by. But never will you get into things and you're not looking. Yo, there was a dude. This dude was so ugly. Hey, I hate to call another brother ugly, but the shock that went with it. Somehow, he got to the point where he can put his, because I looked up, I didn't see nobody. 3 minutes went by. He must have ran up or whatever. He pressed his hands and he was looking at me and the woman. And I looked up and I was like, I wanted to not scream, but I was like, I wanted to punch something. So I opened the door and he was running. And there was a car waiting for him, like a getaway car in the park. I got up and ran after him without a stitch of clothes on. But that's something you don't do. You don't take everything off. I was relaxed that night. And he kept turning around. I said, you're going to get what you're looking for. Like, that's like when I'm in my private space, I'm stupid. I'm coming after you. In the street, like, but the car is my private space. But anyway, people are bold, and these voyeurs will do anything. They won't watch porn. They want to see the real thing, and they want to see it without you knowing they're seeing it. And I got a ton of other stories for that. I'm going to do an adult show one night and do it where it's limited. You know what I mean? You know, because the regular folks that come around like, Lance is this black militant guy, and he's upright. You need to go check out his channel. Like, that guy's a whole freak. That's what we talked about with sex. Well, that's what this was all about tonight. Right? Okay. Water sports, urophilia. A relatively popular fetish, water sports are also known as golden showers. This kink involves playing with urine, being peed on, or urinating on another person. Want to know more about golden showers? Like they're selling it, right? Buy the booklet. A particular form of this is wetting, urinating in one's underwear and clothing. Wax play, using wax during sex. Wax comes in the form of massage candles, which are relatively safe, but other types of wax may have a higher melting point and be more dangerous. Flames used to melt wax also pose a risk. I saw somebody in that same club. Oh, they were on this thing, the stretcher thing, like you lay on your back and you put your arms up. It's like a seesaw, but it's wider, right? And you strap your arms. The Addams Family, what's his name? He used to stretch himself on that and around your ankles. This is a old Jew guy, and he was blindfolded. I'm watching this, right? I've seen so much with my eyeballs. And so there was a woman who came by with the wax and the candle and poured the wax all over the man's balls. Then she went and got another candle. So this is what this reminded me of, because it probably had a higher melting point, right? And there was a lot of wax in there that was liquid. It was a bigger candle too. So he was, and she was talking, like, kind of let him know that she was back. Oh, you're going to love this one. You're going to, yeah, please, pour it on me. Oh, yeah, pour it on me. And she like wanted to make a cast of this guy's nuts with all the wax that and the flames in the wax. I was like, oh, this the wrong kind of wax. That dude was like, he shrieked to the point where I had to cover my ears. I'm like, yo. He almost busted out of the thing. This guy was weak. He was trunk heavy, little arms and weak, and little. I'm not looking at this stuff, but I mean, like, barely poked out of the hair. Right? Oh man, she did the wrong thing. She put it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And she was acting dominant, but really he was the one paying her. So he was the one who was in charge. Crazy stuff. Reese, yeah, I'm funny, all right. I gotta have a funny night. Yeah, burning the nuts off for real. He probably went home with no hair in his nuts. Went home to his wife, honey, where's the hair off your nuts? I stood over the stove when I had it on. I was trying to reach a cabinet, and the fire burnt my nuts off, right? Okay, here it is. Weapon fetish. Sexual arousal due to weapons. This appears in some erotic media. Wet and messy. WAM fetish. Being turned on by being soiled by other things other than bodily fluids, also known as splashing. This can include food. Xenophilia, sexual attraction to exotic people or objects. Xylophilia, fetish for wood. It may also be described as an attraction to nature, sexual or in general. Yeastiality, like bestiality, yeastiality, sexual activity involving bread. Oh, wow. Especially warm dough. This may be an alleged kink. Introducing yeast to the genitals can lead to an infection. To the yeast, my brother, to the yeast. Vainglorious. Xylophilia, arousal. Aroused due to jealousy? Either your own or someone's jealousy over you? Cuckold fantasies are one such example where men know and sometimes watch their wives engaging in affairs. Zentai, wearing skin-tight suits while grinding against others in similar suits. Remember that song from 74? Skin tight, skin tight. Then they came out with the next album, Fire. Zoophilia, dressing like an animal for sex or feeling romantic attraction to animals, which I'm going to add this one on, leads to bestiality. How you feel a romantic? I just have to say, Fido, you've been with us for so long. And you haven't had any release because there are no other animals around, and we're kind of close, and I want to give you some. Yes, I want to give you some. I'm going to bend over. Romantic attraction to animals. And then what? Because if you have a romantic attraction to a human being, natural things happen, right? When you open up. So this leads zoophilia. Yeah, that's the pre-bestiality phase. I have feelings for the animal, but we haven't done anything yet. Zoosexual, sexual attraction to animals. Boom, see bestiality. Look at this one. Zwischenstufe. Sounds like something Swiss. The sexual obsession with people of the same sex? I never saw that. Or you know what? we can use this word on the videos to talk about homos, and YouTube won't know it. You switch. I was walking down the street and I saw a bunch of swishing shoes. I bet they don't have that in their algorithms. Let me see if I can find the right sound effect.
I think the gayest
that's from the other
place
show
on the face of the earth is the black church.
Okay, well, that says it, right? But that's from the other show. I forgot to deprogram that. But I want to say, I found the applause. All right, I found it. Let me just see something here. We went through the list of 239 kinks with stories, so I got to give myself a round of applause. Here we go. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. I could do it again. I could have done it if it was 1,000. But that was that list. But who do you know is going to go through 239 things and keep going and keep going and keep going, right? And I mean, do it to the point where it's just under 3 hours we've been talking about this. This is going to be a comment section for the years to come that's going to be like really, really strange. And anybody who listens to the end of the show as it's put up as an upload or video, add to the list, y'all. Add to the list. Add to the list if you heard of any kinks or fetishes that, most people don't know about. And if you want to share something that you're into that we don't know you're not a regular, but you want to add a different page and comment that way, please do it. Because I also know that in the LanceScurv family, we are open-minded. There's a whole lot of freaks here, but we're respectable in what we do, right? But yeah, let me go vibe with the chat room for a little bit. Yeah, it helps to talk about this stuff when you have a little sense of humor. I do. And I can't have a sense of humor if I'm uptight. So like our sister who unsubbed and was mad that this filthy topic was being covered, and it means that I'm sexually depraved. Come on. Please. And I'm not saying come on. I got a pension plan. The sexual world gives me a check. No, I did so much back then. It's like, we'll cover you for the rest of your life. No, but come on. Like I said before, and I'm going to wrap this down, but we're going to hang for a little while. Another half of, I got 2 things of water, so I'll stay longer. But the thing is, it's natural. How are you going to come against that? Seriously, it's natural. Being naked is natural. Being aroused, this person who had a problem, this woman, this misunderstood 666, she's in dire need of some head. She'll wake up like Mr. Spock after getting hit by the spores in Star Trek, like, I'm smiling now. The world is a better place. Wow, my blood pressure is lowered. I'm not as cranky. I'm even saying hello to my enemies. I'm even taking the people I don't like out for dinner. The world has changed. Come on, yo, you ain't got to be that uptight. We got enough stuff in our world and in our life that we can be uptight about. It doesn't mean you have to be open and putting your business out there. Yeah, I tell stories about things that I've done. I've lived a full life, and I'm looking forward to many, many more years of living a full life, but I'm not uptight. Matter of fact, I've never been uptight. Ask people who know me from years before. You know what I mean? Right. Be free and open with it. It doesn't mean also that you have to be insulting and push stuff on people or just run out in the street and do whatever you want to do. No, I'm not even saying that. We have to be civil. We have to use common sense. But behind your closed doors, or like I said, you take a chance in the park when nobody's around, that's cool. You do a little exhibitionism or whatever, whatever. It's a turn on. I mean, I was in a hotel room one time and the curtains were pulled apart a little bit. And this woman walked by and she kept walking by and kept peeking. I was like, oh. She walked away and came back. The curtains were up a little while. You want to watch? No problem. But what I'm saying is that be comfortable. Like when you have things that you enjoy, or not really enjoy, let's use this young lady who unsubbed. Crying because she unsubbed and didn't like me. She's all uptight. Please. You win some, you lose some. YouTube now is reducing my numbers anyway. They're taking away subs by the dozens. So whatever. You know what I mean? I see the long haul. This is a tool to be used to reach people. And talking about different things, okay, I was not really up here like throwing F-bombs and these bitchs and these hoes. And this was not a venom-laced conversation or dialogue. I feel it was intelligent. I saw this list and I wanted to read it. Matter of fact, let me drop it right on in so it'll be there forevermore. And there's so many other pages like this, but this had the most numbers. I wish it was one that had a list of 1,000, because I was going to tough that bad boy out tonight. I'm 1/4 of the way. You know what I mean? And I feel the fatigue and the dry throat and all that stuff, but here it is. Here's a link right here. So anyone that you heard, you want to go, and they have links to other things you can look at, And I mean, like, Sharino, let me see what she said. What the hell did I walk into with that last link, Lance? Who would even want those things near them, let alone inside? Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. The tentacles dildos, right? I don't know. A lot of experimenting going on, And yeah, it is a healthy thing. Society has made it bad. It doesn't mean that like you have to like push it out there like that. There was a quick video, I think it was on Instagram, and the words to it, to the effect of, it wasn't verbatim, but it was, what kept Grandpa coming home and faithful? And it was a picture of Grandma, but she wasn't like the 85-year-old version of Grandma. She probably was like 55, 60, around my age group. Put a little weight on, but she was in front of the stove, and this wasn't a chauvinistic type thing. This was a Black culture, like this is the way we did it type thing. She had a house dress on that went below her knees, and it was not tight. But when she put her hand on the hip and was cooking the food, you can see Grandma had a small waist, and she had hips and a shape, and a little bit of the legs you saw was shapely. And she had her hair pulled back. She had no makeup on, and she was just doing that and looked back. That was a sexy woman. And this is what kept Grandpa coming home, like, yo. And with that inference, we know that she took care of it. And it's not like, oh, you just have to be there for sex and cooking. But that's a part of it. Because back in those days, men worked hard. Some cheated. But I'm not going to say most, but yeah, most worked hard. They went to the job, they worked with the coworkers and had a good time then. And sometimes they'd hang out on the weekend or whatever. But he was coming home to his wife. And that was Grandma. And a lot of times symbolically, because I don't know my grandparents. They passed away. One passed away long before I was born, and one passed away after I was born. I had that supernatural experience where I was in the crib and standing up in the crib, reaching up to the ceiling, smiling and laughing. And noise was being made in the cupboards with the dishes. Not like loud, but my mother noticed that. And when she came in there, and I was glazed over. I didn't even notice her, she kind of felt that was my grandmother, right? Because we got the news that she passed away a day and a half before, and she linked that up with what happened with me, because she always, she's like, I got to make a trip up there. You got to bring him down there, whatever. I want to hold my grandson. I want to hold him. You know what I mean? And that was a way I feel of holding me. I was laughing and I was reaching up. I'm stretching, looking up at something. I don't remember that. And my mother wouldn't lie. You know what I mean? So there's some things we can't explain, but going back to the grandma thing, Grandma was not a plain Jane. She was a beautiful woman, but she didn't have to go and get the BBLs and all this stuff. She's a little heavy. She wasn't fat. She wasn't even plump, but she was a shapely woman who might have had extra 20 pounds or 25 pounds, all right in the right places. And I could imagine when Grandpa came home and she took him in that room after he ate, he might have been a little tired. It's coming toward the end of the week. It's Thursday night. We got one more day to go. Baby, let me put you to sleep. You can take care of me on the weekend, but that's the way you do it. What's the shame in that? Is that filthy? Filthy? For real? I'm glad I handled it the way I did earlier on because, you know, you go broadside. I mean, I could see if I was like talking some straight, like disrespectful nastiness. Everybody who comes to the show knows I'm a very sexual person in my expressions, but I would not insult anybody. I would not, you know, some people be like, man, you talking that trash too much. I can't hang with that. Okay, cool. Nobody's going to always hang with you. But look at the other shows I do most of the time. Come on, y'all. I was thinking about my brothers and sisters and black people in general, man. I was fighting back tears. I was rambling. I didn't say nothing about some chick's ass. Come on now. It's a fact of life. Dick, pussy, penis, vagina, clitoris. Come on. Oh, that's filthy. There's something's wrong with you because that's natural. And our Creator gave it to us for a reason. You understand? And for us to procreate, how is an animal going to procreate? Let's go on in the animal kingdom. Okay, let's take 2 goats or human beings. You push in, you feel the pleasure. You want to feel that pleasure again? You can't push in and keep pushing in. You got to pull out to push in again. That's brilliant. You can say Creator, you can say God, you can say this, you can say that. But whoever came with the concept of that to get you to hump, you pushing. Ooh, that feels good. I pull out, put in, pull out, put in. And you keep doing that. What you thinking about? You're not thinking about the stock market. You're not thinking about global warming. You think about that thing that feels so good. And you know that children come out of that, but that's the pleasure you're given. You know, and people can't handle it sometimes. You better be mature to handle it because it's a very powerful thing. Sexual pleasure and orgasm. Oh, I'm sexually deprived. Me? Shh. Come on. In the spirit of lust. Come on. When they said in the Bible, the woman was pleasant to the eye. Do you think that they meant pleasant like, oh, it's a nice day and sunny and breezy. Oh, it's so pleasant the way your eyes are. No, it didn't mean anything degrading anyway, too. Nothing like that. You know, but some people take it too far. Some people have imbalances, mental illnesses. But you can say a woman's sexy without meaning anything lustful because you can see it. There are women who are fully clothed and you see the energy of them. Wow, she's sexy. Your sexual energy is a part of your life force. It's one branch of the tree. So if you hung up on that, you got other hang-ups on other branches of your life force tree. You see what I mean? Because the way some of these chicks are built, or sisters are built out here in the motherland, it'd be like, yo, Lance, ever since you got to Africa, you ain't do no shows. I'm right here doing my thing. I acknowledge it. I see it. And that's it. And I appreciate it. I appreciate being a man. Some of these people who come against me for being a man, not disrespectful, wouldn't say a damn thing to the dude in a dress with makeup on. You see what I mean? That kind of response is really indicative of somebody with a serious issue. Really, really and truly. You know, Libby Lou, welcome. Good day, my beautiful, apparently freaky people. I mean, we say that, but not in a derogatory way because it's a fact of life. Come on. You know, some people are just off the chain. And I get a lot of that. I get a lot of direct, you know, emails and text messages. And you're so wrong. The topic was, and they fixate and they keep like emailing me, man, and messaging me for something. I said, okay, you said it. What's the problem? I had this one situation, and I don't kiss and tell, but there's nobody from our regulars. And if it was, I still wouldn't kiss and tell. This person chastised me from sun up to sundown for about 3 months, sending scriptures and this and that and all. And you know what they did? They stopped for 2 weeks and hit me up on a different email address, totally different. Went from Yahoo to Gmail. So I had my friend investigate, and he's like, that's the same person. Yeah, they were sending them naked pictures too, rubbing them everything, clear detail. So see, they were chastising me because They didn't know how to handle their own arousal. And it really wasn't about me. Well, yeah, it was because they sent me the pictures, but I became the object of that frustration and the things that she said, you know? And then boom, just disappeared. I never responded. I never shared those pictures or anything like that, you know? I looked at them a couple times, but I was, you know what I mean? But that's why really it's human nature that fascinates me. How we can lie to ourselves. See, I don't lie to myself. I'm not lying to anybody about what I've done, what I did, what I might do. I'm not. You got to be comfortable with yourself. You got to be comfortable with your own sexuality, whatever it may be. Now, like there's certain things I think are the product of, you know, mental illness and the spiritual attacks and all that stuff. There's things we need to really sort out, you know. Mine was just excessive sexual activity, but I have a high libido. What am I going to do? Take something to knock it down? You know, I mean, you are who you are. I eat a little bit more than most people, but I'm high energy from when I wake up. It's when I go to bed. I was up from early. It's 1:11 a.m. right now in Accra, Ghana. So I'm hyped. And I feel the fatigue, but the hype that I have will keep me up more. So the work that I was going to do, I have not even transferred the videos to the site from when I was on the band. That's a lot. And then put them on Spotify and SoundCloud and Apple Podcasts and Google Podcasts. But yet in the early part, when I wake up, I want to get right out of the house, right out in the sun. I got to get some sun. Make a few runs and come back and knock this work out and get ready for a show tomorrow night. You know what I mean? So that's how I live. I'm not going to lie. I'm an artist. I draw what I see. I'm not going to draw what you think I should put on the paper. I'm going to draw what I see. And if we would just be happy with ourselves, it would make us more attractive. You know? I mean, that woman, like I said, who knows? But that is what she was like, I saw the title and it's filth, and you're more intelligent than I, and it's filth. We had fun. I wasn't trying to sit here and talk sexy into the microphone to the ladies and touch your breast right now, fondle your nipples. You know what I mean? I wasn't on that. We just reading down some things as adults. It's Friday, y'all. Friday means different things to people. Traditionally, 9 to 5 and Friday. A lot of us don't work 9 to 5 jobs. It might be, thank God it's Sunday. Or thank God it's Monday. Who knows? But the mentality of us coming together and having some fun and talking on an adult level that really was PG rated, really and truly. This was not a nasty lewd show. We were just speculating on, different kinks and fetishes. But when somebody gets upset about something, that tells you. That might be the one over there, like I said, furiously masturbating. He probably came 15 times, still listening to the show. Keep on moving. Don't stop now. Right there. Yes. Right there. Wow. Yes, Wayne. That's right. Yes. Chastisement is for the ones not doing what they're supposed to do. You're so right. But yes, you know what? For some reason, I thought it was like after 3. I mean, I said the time earlier, but internally, I felt like it was like after 3 o'clock, which is should have used them scriptures to wipe up, not peanuts, but yeah, right? Too much. Your penis or your nuts or both, right? But yeah, so I like shows like this. And anytime you want to, if there's a subject, that you want to talk about, I'm here. Thank you, Reese. Thank you. This was a great show, much needed. Yeah, it's much needed. It's a psychological thing. There's things going on in the world. Doesn't mean we're going to jump up and do all these fetishes. That's nasty. And whatever we have that we hold near and dear to ourselves in our expression of explosions and release, I'm not here to probe. or try to find out, hey girl, what's your fetish? Whatever, people tell me all kind of things. People ask me things and I tell them. Somebody's got to be public with their stuff to a point to just make people feel comfortable. Look at Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth Westheimer, I'm going to tell you the best way to give a blowjob in this episode. I'm not looking to try her out, but she old and kind of homely looking. But I bet you cut the lights out, you'd be like, oh my God, Dr. Ruth, I want to marry you. I told you I have experience and I have 3 tongues in my mouth. I will drive you. I will turn you out. Sending her flowers and stuff. Right? Damn, man. What's up with Dr. Ruth? Man, she a freak, man. She turned me out. I don't care. I'm going to walk down the street with her. I'm going to tongue her down. I'm going to tell her how much I love her. Yes, I don't care. You ever see like 2 people together? That we're not being non-judgmental, but there's some couples like, God, dog, what did she do to you, or what did you do to her? And we're not like that, but we think these things like, oh my God, they could have done better than that. I'm not saying this, they could be a sweet, charming person with a wonderful personality. But then again, what they do behind closed doors, there's some like that. Mm-hmm. We're going to have a joke night, and there's going to be a lot of sexual things in there. But like, again, for our crew here, for those who can't take it, and it's not going to be like so explicit where it's disgusting, but I do have to go there and make your imagination work. But for the fun of it, why not? I'll tell one. Right? I'll tell one. I was doing a strip show. You all know I used to be a stripper when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And I was in Brooklyn, and this woman hired me for a bachelorette party for a friend that was getting ready to get married. And this was going to be held in an apartment. And so the apartment wasn't too big, Black neighborhood in Brooklyn. So, I show up, everybody's ready. When you come in there, oh, that's him. Oh, he's fine. I'm an old man now, right? But I used to be kind of all right looking back in those days. And you had to be larger than life. I don't mean fat, right? I was in extremely great shape. I had no waistline. The smallest my waistline was in those days was 27 and a half. It made me look more the V shape and the shoulders and everything flared out. I've always had like nice shaped thighs and good size, all of that. Then you have to dress like your GQ. You know what I mean? Everything has to be right. And depending on the lighting, like for something like that, you go there, you're cool. If you do a show in a club and you're going to be on the stage, usually you have to wear stage makeup, which is not like, Lance, you wore makeup. No, it'll wash out your face and make you look nondescript when the photos come out. Because the photos come out, that's what'll get you more gigs. Like, oh man, I like him. I want to get him, but that wasn't the case. So I didn't wear any makeup. And I had a young lady who would, depending on the venue, she would adjust it. And sometimes if it was like at a fashion show / male review, then you had a makeup girl that was there. It's like, okay, you would judge the light. Some dudes ain't wearing that stuff, but I knew that when they take the pictures, if your features came out and my face was really chiseled then, not like on the banner that you're looking at where my face is so fat. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, but I came there good. And the funny thing is that apartment wasn't the apartment of the woman who was getting married, and it wasn't the apartment of the person who paid me. So I didn't know that. So when we're back it's an older woman, right? So she's like, when you come out, she wants you already hard, So okay, all right, no problem. She's like, can I help you with that? I was like, oh. I feel like a pervert doing my own self, although I've masturbated in my life. We all have, pretty much. So she did it. She's standing there, and she wasn't an old hag. She was a nice looking lady, but I was like, about 20 years old. So it was funny. So she's using the Vaseline. I said, okay, we're straight. She said, yeah, I can see. So, the music, we timed it. I came out, did my thing. And it was a little different. We'll save that for another show. But the apartment that it was held in, the woman, she was a woman. I was 19. She had to be about 30. She was like, listen, you are not leaving this place. You're staying here with me tonight. I'm like, oh, really? What if I had something to do? Listen, you're going to have to cancel that. I was like, okay. She was nice looking, but she was a plain Jane. Plain Janes will blow your mind now. I'm not saying plain Jane is a put down. She could have like dressed up, makeup, all that stuff and whatever, and been a little more, whatever. But she was just like, all right, a nice woman who was attractive, and she didn't come off as a sexual beast or anything like that. So I stayed, and some of the women stayed, and, I did little crazy things that they'll never forget. And by the time they were gone, I helped the lady clean up. I forgot her name. Like, that's one of those situations that I forgot her name. And so it was funny. It was strange. I was like, you got a husband or a man somewhere? No, I don't have anybody. I don't need anybody. And I ain't thinking about nobody else but you tonight. So he goes, do I have a choice in this thing? She says, well, put it this way. I got these safety locks on this door. This is Brooklyn. She had like one with the chain, like 3 of them. She's like, there's one with a key, and you ain't going to find that key. I said, I guess I'm locked in then. So anyway, we ate, hung out. She drank a little bit. I was fanatical. I had competitions to go into within the next week and couple weeks, and I wasn't doing anything. I mean, I didn't have a desire for that. A little plum wine I like every now and then. But so it's time to go. I really wanted to go to sleep because I was tired. I trained early that day. I trekked out to Brooklyn. I had my little bag, my little fruits in there and stuff like that. I always carried food with me. I never I was stuck and I had to eat McDonald's. That's how I kept myself tight like that in those pictures, because I carried my food for the day with me and half the next day just in case. But I ate some of the stuff she made, which was good. And so we got to bed and I'm like up, but I'm like, I can't wait to go to sleep. So she starts, playing around. I'll keep this PG. So she started performing a certain act. And she went from plain Jane, because now the sky was getting light. She had a lot of windows. And I'm looking at her like, oh my God, this feels so good. She was the most gorgeous woman in the world after a while, because what she did, I thought I was like Linda Blair on The Exorcist. I was like, am I floating over this bed or what? So it was so good that I'm laying back, and you have the round post on the headboard kind of up top to the side, but one was low. You know how a dude would stroke a woman's head? Oh my God, this feels so good. And you're rubbing her head. I wasn't rubbing her head. I was rubbing the round part of the headboard post affectionately. I'm sitting here and I'm seeing myself doing this, and I looked in the mirror. If you've been on the show enough, when Scurv starts feeling good, I start acting like I got chewing gum in my mouth. I don't know why. I was like, oh. So as old as I am, if you ever peek through the window and see old Scurv getting done and I ain't chewing, it ain't good. That's what I'll share with you tonight. Anyway, Simply Deep, thank you so much. I'm glad to be here with y'all. I seriously love the vibe with y'all. Seriously, I love doing this. I can't have no midlife crisis. I'm past the time of a midlife crisis. We're moving toward the Social Security time, y'all. I'm 60 on April 8th. We going strong. I want to keep my health up good. I want to be here 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I want to be the oldest Black YouTuber and blogger. I wouldn't say YouTuber, but I'm going to outlast YouTube. I ain't going to lie. The day YouTube dies, it's cool. I love it. There'll be something else to replace it. But I'm like, you banned me and I outlasted you. Poetic justice. Master Glam. Yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you understand me, Master Glam. You're so respectable. And I'm crazy, but I'm respectable too. But we need to have some time where we can laugh and talk. What do you think of build up before performing a kinky spontaneous act? I mean, a tease. You come with these questions. Yeah, you build up. Foreplay. The art of foreplay is gone in this society. Yo, girl, what's your Facebook? Can I come by later and see what you got? Like, you see your head game? Come on, man. What happened to real seduction? What happened to being able to be strong enough as a man to hold back? Yeah, I know when I was in my early 20s, I had options. I wasn't a dog, and I told women what was going on. I was popular. I wasn't reckless. I was in demand that way. Come on. It is what it is. Somebody had to do it. I wasn't saying it like that, but that's why I'm happy now. I'm not like trying to chase everything down. I'm good. I had my time. Let other people have their time. This is a time that I wouldn't want to be in. But what I'm saying is that I took that serious. Making love is artwork, y'all. Making love is creative. It's emotional. Yes, it's physical. And the appreciation for a woman's essence, not just some lower vibrational hood mentality. Some dudes don't even deserve orgasms. Trust me, they so animalistic. If I was like to remake everything over, man, you got to earn that to be able to feel good. There'll be different levels of it. That little dribble out thing that don't feel good, that's what you get until you really know how to appreciate a woman. Not just people, man, she had some titties, man. I was sucking on them titties. You got to make a connection. Y'all got to get high off of this thing. Y'all got to have atmosphere with this thing. Even if it's something where you're so closely connected and you pass a dark alleyway, you get in there and get it on because you have a connection already from the higher level connection you have mentally, spiritually, and physically. When you come out of the sexual and you're bonded and have a real soul tie that's righteous, everything is orgasmic after that. You see her so beautiful. It don't mean you got to get laid. I wouldn't even say it that way. But the eventual merging, which will include things, but you don't rush it. You don't go to the bakery and try to eat up all the daggone chocolate cake. If you like chocolate cake, take your time. Thank you, Simply Deep. I'm a little tired looking right now. But if somebody said, I dare you, no, I'm not going to open it. I don't have the lights on or nothing like that. But I'm sweaty right now. Yeah, it's not even about the age, the chronological age, because your body encases your essence right now because it's a vehicle. But your essence on the inside often dictates what you look like on the outside. You see what I mean? And some of us can have rough lives. You know, I had a damn near perfect score of a childhood. We all know my older brother's on drugs and I yearned for a relationship with him, but he wasn't really around. And at times it was a little chaos, but he didn't stay there long because my father didn't go for that. But other than that, after that, with relationships and stuff like that, I had it rough. I had bad relationships that started out good, would have drove most men crazy. I had good times all along too. But it's your essence. And I refuse to lose my childlike wonderment for the world. I'm not going to get crusty when my filters are clogged and I can't laugh and can't relate. I'm going to tell you straight up, the day I die, I'm going to be cracking jokes and laughing if I know it. Like, Lance, you got 6 hours later. It's okay, cool. Let me tell you a story. That's the way I want to go out. I don't mean to say die, because we don't die. They do. We don't. But I said it to sound harsh. Transition. I don't see an end. I see a transition from this level. I want to stay here as long as I can to get my work done, but I'm not going to sit here and not have enthusiasm for life. Because the me that's talking now, the only difference between the me of now and 19 years old is that I'm a little older and I have a lot more experiences. A lot more experiences. A lot more. You see? But I'm still connected to those times. And when you're telling people stories, you got to tell them in a certain way. Like, I'm not this guy no more. I was walking around with a hell of a body. My stomach was like cobblestones. This little funky faded picture with the sideburns, that's all I have with that one with the other one. But I got years of walking around like that. And it's not about the body. I had the body, but I had the mentality to know how to treat a woman. There are many who have contacted me and found me online. They're like, Lance, I'm married now and I'm settled. But we had an experience back in the 80s or early 80s, late 70s, whatever, and I'll never forget it. No disrespect to my husband, but I like the person you turned out to be. Strangers now that I don't know. I was like, well, who are you? I'm not trying to hit on you, but no. I'll be here watching. I've been watching you for years, and I wanted just to step forward and tell you that. That's appreciation. And when I had a body, I wasn't just about a body. I trained it. I was training 6 days a week for years, watching what I ate. I didn't have to flex to walk around. They didn't even catch me. I wasn't even flexing in this picture, y'all. My forearm from the elbow to the fist had to be parallel with the ground. And then I sink that and flex my abs. My abs don't even flex right there. You see what I mean? My ass had ripples in it. and yeah, I did that. And I'm gonna revel in the past. I'm gonna enjoy my past. Just like I enjoy my future right here and my present right here. It's not like I'm some old dead acting guy. Well, back in 1982. And this was October 10th, 1982, 2 weeks after, 15 days. Because the pre-judgment was the 9th, this was the 10th. This was a Sunday right here. I'm grinning. They didn't catch me flexing there. But all in between, I was telling jokes, telling stories, having experiences. And it wasn't about me. You can look at my face and tell there was no ego involved. Yes, I love women. Yes, I had lots of experiences. And I'm happy for that. Because it gave me a perspective that many men don't have. I had fun. And let me tell you something. Some of the women were wilder than I was. And I wasn't wild. I was a gentleman. I knew how to talk to people. It was a pleasure when I went around. People, oh, he's such an honorable young man. Whatever. No matter what happened later on or whatever, or up under somebody's nose. There's a lot of mothers that love me out there. You took my daughter out. I don't know what you did, but she had a wonderful time. Now, we were doing all kind of things, but at the end of the day, I was a gentleman. And I knew the different gears that we had to have as men. You see what I mean? From young, because my father taught me. And these things are age-old things that as you get older, it's not about, oh, man, you be getting all the pussy. Come on, man. It's not about that. I love women. It's not just, well, let me just cut out her vagina and take it home. And no, I want to hold your hand. I want to hug you. I want my face so close to you. When you exhale, I inhale. The real romantic stuff. I want to tuck you in bed. If you fall asleep early and I'm still up, I might cook you something. I'm not a cook like Miss SCURV, right? But I might do like a doll. Not like, oh, I'm going to get on up out of here, man. I done busted my nut. See, that's the problem with, I'm going to talk about that. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday, maybe Sunday. We got to get, and it's not game when I say it, like game, like a trick, like you tricking somebody. But a lot of us got to get our game up to know manners, to make a woman who's with you, even if it's for a night, that she's proud to be on your arm. And you treat her with such respect. And she knows that erotically you are going to take care of her, but you're not going to push beyond what she craves. And if she doesn't crave anything like that, there's so much more to the time that we're going to hang out. I'm going to own some of your brain cells forevermore because you're going to laugh hard. We're going to have fun. And I'm bring that spontaneous energy. You can go with me to the most boring spot that you can think of, and we're going to have a good time. You're like, I know it's boring over there, but we're going to go back. We had fun. And for me, there was never no pressure for sex. All right, girl, I done spent this money. Come on now. No. And I ain't no simp. Take your time if you want to go there. It wasn't because I had options. I got 5 other girls. No, it wasn't because of that. I wouldn't mention that or I would let them say, I got options. But if I'm with you, I'm with you. I'm with you. And anytime you call me, I'm not going to ignore you. And if you find somebody that wants to settle down with you, I'm going to respect you. Well, I heard that nigga ain't no good. You need to come on. Let me slide up in that. You remember how good I did? I don't do that. I'm one man with many experiences, but I cannot FUCK every woman on the planet. I'm not going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Possessive over some dudes, they feel that once you engage with them one time forevermore, then they think no matter who you're with, like they got some magic power. They can ease up on you. And no, there are women I know now that I still talk to on an adult level, not an adult sex level, on a mature level. If you saw 35 years ago, 40 years ago, what we were doing, you'd be like, that's impossible. I can't see you two like that. We don't even focus on that. We forget about, you might hear a song and some funny story and the scenario was that, but it's the story that we're laughing at. I just don't understand. You got to grow. You got to grow. You got to grow. You got to be taught. There's certain things my mother wouldn't allow me. I just came back to the chat room. I heard I done busted my nut. All right, Geraldine. I'm liable to say anything out of my mouth, but exactly, Master Glam, exactly. Some men would get way more sex if they were just gentlemen in themselves. Be yourself. Be yourself. I was always me. I got friends of mine from way back. We talk every day. Friends from the early 70s. Well, actually, one friend, my friend Angelo, I'm gonna bring him on, and we're gonna talk about childhood stuff, like growing up, like my beginnings and names. And I think that's important to add into all of these videos I've done. Because in actuality, when I really got into all the videos like this, it was the art and the writing and stuff, but it's for my children, so they can know me at this age and different facets of my life that they wouldn't ask a question at this age, but they may get older and I might be gone and can't answer, but they're, oh, okay, I understand now, because their level of awareness and understanding may not be where I am. Of course it's not. But so it's an archive thing of my life. That's why I always mention age and drop names and streets and experiences. Yeah, there's certain things that, oh, Daddy, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear you did that. But they might. Just to know the full, because nobody's going to lie on me. If I'm going to tell my story, I'm going to tell it myself. Don't tell it for me. I mean, y'all can share things. But just somebody who wants to just straight lie. Because I'll be honest with you. That other marriage I was in, the bipolar situation, she wanted to make me out to, but it was her. Medically, that's proven. It's on paper. So all of her girlfriends who were trying to hate on me after they hit on me and I didn't do nothing, I could have dusted off a whole bunch of them. They were mad at that back then. But I don't think any one of them will waste their time to outdo me with all the talking that I do. And this is for my children. If anybody can get any, how can I put it, motivation, or maybe some tidbit that I said, because I'm not saying I don't have the most wisdom in the world. I'm not even trying to come off like that. Whatever anybody can get from me, good. I left it. If it can help you, fine. And maybe I contradict myself sometimes, but you know what? I'm growing. So things I might have said here on YouTube 10 years ago, I might reframe it and say it different, so consider the time that it was said. You see? So that's what it's all about for me. So it's a human thing. I don't have to rehearse to be myself. Mrs. Scurv is back there. She hears me talking. These doors in Ghana, boy, in these apartments, they're heavy duty, like the ones up at the house. And again, like I said, I have the whole house tour on the Patreon and on the membership page. So you'll see inside every room, everywhere in the studio. It's all, the whole garden, the whole backyard is right there. Right? Just have to join the membership. But I don't push it as much because, it's a lot to run the platform, as much content as we put up and stuff like that. So it's not like I can put stuff on Patreon and the membership page every single day, super exclusives and whatnot. I'll videotape like normal life and just getting around more so than what I would put out publicly on YouTube and whatever. You know what I mean? I'll do more. I'll get some moments every day. I can do that. That I'll do. Stuff you just don't see on this part, because that's what it's all about. But back to the other thing, it's about the impression. It's about the feeling you leave someone with. And I was always aware with women. Now, some of them are going to be, some will be, there are some difficult women out here. I'm not women bashing and saying, oh, women are difficult. No, don't sound bite me. But, there's that 1 out of 100. You know what I mean? That it's like, no matter what you do to treat them nice, even in a dating situation, that it's like you take them out and you're not even trying that way. I just want you to see I'm a cool dude. We can hang out. I want you to feel relaxed around me. I don't want you to think it's a fake thing that I'm doing to make you relax so I can jump on you. Because I'll tell a woman straight up, and I have many times, that we're apprehensive in like dating. And dating meaning no sex, but because of the circumstances. And, you know, I never really said no. I mean, I had my times, right? But I'm letting you know straight up, listen, I am not going to pressure you for sex. If I see that in her face, I'm going to let you know. It's not going to happen. If it happens, it's because you let me know without even saying verbal or nonverbal, or we kind of know that we feel this way. I'm here to have a good damn time. I'm here to laugh. I'm here to talk. I'm here to titillate you, not just titillate to stimulate your vagina, but to titillate your mind so you say, damn, I had a real good, clean, fun time. And I'm not even looking for that from that for you tonight. Now, if you throw it on me now and make it hard for me to say no, I'll roll with you because you're very attractive and I wouldn't mind. But that's not what this night is all about. If you can say those words as a man and really mean it and really show interest, because lots of times it was like, and when I said I would have options, if I'm with you, then and we get something going where we're attracted and we like each other and the energy, and those so-called options fall off. It wasn't said to say, I got options, girl, so you better give me. No. It's an energy thing. Vaginas come standard in a woman. So I got one penis. I'm going to try to, come on now. And yeah, there are times in my life and years in my life and whatever. You all know my story, but that's what it was originally about. I'd rather not. Look, all the beautiful sisters in this chat room, most of our sisters, you have my number. I have your number. We have conversations. We ain't talking about, damn girl. No. We may say something on a level where we're talking intelligently and mention the topic. I mean, I could have said, okay, I'm doing a show for an hour and getting off on a readers list. I'm just hanging. It's like after you go to the club and you're standing out in front of the club for an hour and a half after it closes up, and you just, or in the parking lot. I wasn't a club guy. I was always a bouncer or whatever, but you're in the parking lot and somebody has their car door open, the window open, and they're playing music. And it's like people over there dancing. Like the club owner is gone and we're in the parking lot dancing. Or the church service is over. The pastor left and you still in the parking lot, and usually you gossiping. That's black folks. That's why I love black folks. Because I am that. I can never be no anal retentive white man. Please, I'm gonna say it the Christian way. Please, dear Lord, do not send me back if I fail my lessons as some white man. Please don't do it. Please. No. I still love black women. I don't care. I'll get bad treatment from my own people. Look at them, white devils. I'm like, yeah, I know I'm encased in this, but I'm really a black man. I think crazy like that. You know what I mean? But it's a time spent while we have the time to spend together and vibe and say things in the chat room and have people come on. And that's why I always welcome everybody to come on and speak your mind. And I love it. I love being me. I love you, who you are. It's on such a high level. I think of all of you every day. I do. How can I edit a video, a Master Glam video, and not think of her like that's Master Glam? You know what I mean? But whoever else is here. Some people choose to leave, whatever little reasons of, whatever they were thinking before. Hey, I can't stop that. But I'm still here, and I always will be here as long as I have health and strength. And I'm in Africa now, but I got a little more time, and just relating. Anything you share with me, I'm not broadcasting to the world. A lot of my family here has shared a lot with me, and that's between me and them. You tell me something, you say, hey, I want you to talk about it, but don't mention my name. Okay, you sure? Okay, I'm good with that. Well, I'm going to have to listen. If I don't stop talking, I'm going to be like, it's going to be daybreak over here. It's already like what? Well, no, it's only 1:44. But I do want to get up. Mrs. Scurv is not going to go up to the property in the garden. She does Monday through Friday. Maybe she'll take a day off in the middle of the week. I know she's going to have some stuff to do, and I'll be like all nodding out, like all beat up. And I want to get out and get some sun, come back, and do all of this repetitious work with the website. I'm far behind. I'm real far behind. I'm going to have to be on some old RoboCop focus type stuff. Get my food, get the music playing, and that's when I'm super quiet, if you can really believe that. So, yeah. Oh, you said, 2.2, was it 2.0 or 2 o'clock you're trying to say? Yeah, well, 2.0 is when I start zeroing in. 3.0, because I get a lot done. And your mind has to be right, like to remember, like I did this, I did that, I did this, copy and paste this, put this in, resize this banner, do this thing over, whatever. And you got to work all the computers, and they're all not going to behave. You know, I'll get a lot of sun for you. Yes, I will. And like I said, I'll be posting up a lot of regular stuff. Like, I want to make everything spectacular, but I'm here and you're not seeing here. So any little thing that on a regular level, not just like the tourist sites and everything, but just regular life. I might talk a little bit. Hey, I'm going to take you to the store with me. I might bring my little GoPro, talk and show you little things, whatever, and just throw it up. It's just regular living. Like when me and Mr. Scurv do the walk and talks, like stuff like that. Even on my own, I'll keep my thing with me and talk and make you see. I thought maybe it might get like too repetitious or something, whatever, but I'll do that stuff. I'm doing it anyway, so might as well share it, right? So anyway, I hate to go. This is one of the times I don't want to go. I'm so full of love as always and wound up, and we have fun tonight. I'm really happy that we had the fun tonight that I wanted to have. I apologize for the knucklehead that came out like that in the beginning. Filth and sexual depravity and all. Come on, you don't know me like that. She can say that. She really don't know me. You'll know me, T.I., right? Anyway, if you haven't downloaded the LanceScurv app, please do so. It's free. It's not bootleg, and it's legit. It's nothing I did to cut corners. It's not nooker-rigged. You know what I mean? It's straight legit. It's at the App Store, Google Play, and Amazon. There's a couple other platforms I have to go through the process of putting it up there to give people more options. There's I forgot what was 3 more different, and that's work because you got to go in there and put things in, information, and get approval, and the app. It's not easy, and so I got to keep up with that also. So anyway, much love to you all. I'll play some music for a little bit. I'll get myself together and drink down more water. Got to drink the water, and then I'll go get some rest and wake up Miss Scurv, and she's like, "Oh, you're always so loud." I'm like, "Okay, I'll be all right." But anyway, let's play some music. I'm going to vary the music more so in days to come and set that up, that part of production, and get some new intros and voiceovers and all that stuff. Just I want to make things better over time. And thank you all for your support. And it really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Peace.
I'm gonna wait on you. puzzled. I'm finally at ease. So when times are rough and the promises we make just seem so hollow and weak, and we're about to break, we have to remind ourselves, 'cause we know how we feel inside. You know I'm gonna wait on you. Ain't over till it's over. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna love it till it's gone. You know I'm gonna city. It's been so long since we've been gone. I wanna feel that summer feel, but I don't wanna go if you ain't with me. Let's make a home, be all alone. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you. Let's see the sun and have some fun. I'm so tired of living life in gray, babe. And you deserve to see the world. So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you. Come and take a seat next to me, babe. Let this pretty view take your breath away. Baby, we deserve a break from our old ways. Anywhere's home when you're with me. Come and take a seat next to me, babe. Let this pretty view take your breath away. Baby, we deserve a break from our old ways. 'Cause I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. I don't even care about the price, care about the price, yeah. Paradise, paradise. I'm taking you, paradise. ocean, love you in slow motion, anything it takes to make you stay. But I can't rely on you, doesn't matter what I do. You say you need a time, I think you mean a buyout, cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty con, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I'll hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. And I quit my job for you, even quit some friends for you, cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2, when you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty con, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I'll hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're